I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. And this is 2019. Yay. Wow. We finally arrived. Yeah, this is a fantastic time to be alive, isn't it? Some of the best entertainment ever in the history of entertainment. I mean, video on demand, 50-inch TVs that are as low as $300. I mean, I cannot tell you how many times I thank my lucky stars that I'm born in America. But now there's over 250 million people in China that are middle class. They have TVs, and even people who are not middle class have TVs in China. There's all kinds of tablets and phones out there. Apple recently made a big decision to share its technology with China. And in the process, China is now producing an Apple phone at 1/6 the cost of Apple, and they're going to be entering the world market with that, which is going to change the dynamic of Apple completely. Apple's always been known to hold back technology and not embrace it, not show with the people what potential technology is coming, but give them like the bare minimum and charge them a lot for it. Now China is going to potentially hurt Apple, and Apple made a strategic decision that could have possibly affected everybody. If we are being affected on our signal, it's because Vaughn is running HTML5 with some corruption in the script. So what I recommend people doing is hit pause and then play again. That should help fix it. There's some errors in his coding that have constantly plagued the HTML5 functionality of his site. Yeah, and the iVlog show is running on Flash, which is still very functional and really unique in that it's better for online video and rich internet applications than HTML5, still to this day. But it has potential leaks or errors that could actually, when they created Flash, they had a few back doors, which could be problematic. That's why Flash is going to be phased out in about a year. Yeah, they're going to have no Flash left, so I'm not sure what sites are going to be using. But maybe Adobe is going to be, providing no service for it, but it'll still be functional. I'm not really sure where they're going with that technology. But isn't that something, Apple giving their plans over to China because they had such a problem with China reverse engineering Apple's? Now they're just embracing it, and that's going to cost them big time. So if Apple is going to be competing in the world market with phones that are 1/6 the price, you can imagine where this is going. Yeah. We all remember what happened, or maybe you don't, what happened when IBM was the first computer company and everyone started making PC clones at 1/3, if not 1/4 the price. And IBM never succeeded in the consumer market. They remained in the server side market and business market, but never really looked into the consumer market. IBM, the largest computing company in the world at the time in the 1930s, couldn't even keep up. So there's a lesson to be learned here. Yeah, if you want to go to coolrock.com, you can also go to coolrock.com and get right in there watching our show over there. Yeah, I have an absolutely wonderful backup plan. It's perfectly safe, even though it says it's an unsafe site. Every site now that doesn't have HTTPS in it is considered an unsafe site by most browsers, which is ridiculous. If you're running into this a lot, there's an actual program that will give you the ability to get HTTPS on every single site you go to. And it works with Chrome, and here's the link. It's called HTTPS Everywhere. The Chrome Web Store has it. But that works around the problem. All browsers are doing this without even consulting anyone. So, there you go. Right, so let's take a look at the news. I was just reading it just a second ago. We already know how this shutdown will end. Do we? Do we really? Because the Democrats have been spending money that they don't have for a long time. And I believe that this is a serious problem. It's not getting any better. Okay. Here's an American favorite commie know-it-all acting like the clueless nitwit she is. High school video of Sandy Ocasio-Cortez. Okay, this is Heba Abedin's early videos of when she was a young girl. And completely mindless. Do we really need to play Heba Abedin on our show? Coopville is in Washington on the coastline on an island called Whidbey Island. Let's take a look at this. Wow. Okay, so Heba likes to dance. And when she changed her name to Ocasio, I'm not really sure what she was doing with this, but yeah. Hey, thanks for that little tidbit of dance work. Yeah, she doesn't even understand that our government is comprised of two branches in the House, in Congress. She said that Congress had three branches of government. No one ever told her there's only the House and the Senate. Yeah, so many people are worried that maybe she's getting away with this. You know, Hillary didn't have. That's right. Coolrock.com is a website. That's right. You can go there to catch our show. Maybe she doesn't know it, but we've been tracking her emails, or Twitters rather. Her tweets stopped. Heba Abedin's tweets stopped right at the same time that Ocasio-Cortez's tweets started. And Hillary can't get Chelsea to run for office, so I think she's kind of globbed onto the Abedin family, and they decided to change her name because nobody would vote for Heba Abedin, right? It had to be something a little bit more, ritzy. Cortez sounds like a ritzy name. But she won't be ready to run until 2024, I believe. She might be old enough then. I don't know. She's 29 right now, so she may not be old enough in 2024. So she may have to wait till 2028 to run. But by then she'll be, taking remedial English classes and learning about government. No, iBlog still uses guest chat. We've got a bunch of guest chats over there right now, Johnny. And they even have a video co-hosting feature, which is really nice, where people can come in and put their cameras up. So I can open up on my board a video co-hosting, and people can go in and share. Yeah, see the co-hosting that they have? I don't know if many of you remember the old days of Stickcam and StreamUp. No, I have not tried Basque food, but thank you. Ghost of Shannon is in. See, he's clapping. He can go in. He's broadcasting from China, which is pretty cool. Nice to see you in. 3. Oh, you're a third party, right? It's the new symbol. Yeah, exactly. So instead of going peace now, this is the new symbol. Thanks, Ghost of Shannon. You're brilliant. So it's no longer peace, man. It's, hey, man, third party, man. That's a great idea. I'll credit you with that. Hey, we're happening. It's going very well. So we are a new third-party concept. I've been doing this for 10 years, though, because in my country, that's right, you're the idea man. In my country of America, they're censoring everybody here. People can't even get in and talk about issues. I can't get any media coverage whatsoever. And I've been fighting that for 10 years by using the internet as best I can. Our federal government has 3 parts, that's right. But she made the mistake of saying Congress is comprised of 3 branches. That was the mistake, Dylan. Yeah. Dave, do you trust the police? No, I don't. I think the police, by and large, are corrupt. And only until I get sensitivity training implemented at the police level will they stop being brutal cops. Will they stop being corrupt. We're going to be doing what no president has ever done. Breaking through the blue curtain to get to the real corrupt people and fire them. We're going to try to clean up the police. It's going to be tough. But we've got a lot of problems within our government that I can't even begin to talk about, but we can stop corruption at the local level if we tie it to the money that they get. If I tie the money, the federal money that we give to the police departments nationwide to sensitivity training courses that I will lay out, they can modify them to meet their regional standards, but we will definitely lay the base margin of sensitivity that we need, starting with a shoot to maim law, which would prevent people from being shot and killed at a moment's notice for no reason. 1,200 people a year die from police killing them in America per year. Yeah. It is a mistake. I'm so sorry, but there are no 3 branches of Congress. The government is comprised of 3 branches, Dylan, but not Congress. She said Congress, okay? Get back to the reality that she misspoke. We're done here, Dylan. Stop posting crap about Ocasio. Police should be forced to have liability insurance to keep them accountable. That's an interesting theory. Yeah. Police officer loses it after being called a bitch. Well, I'll play this tonight. Well, it's amazing. You know, 1,000 people have died from stun guns in the 20 years that they've existed.
All right, we're not interfering because you worried about something. No, you worried about something that ain't got nothing to do with you.
Hilarious.
All right,
You guys are wasting all these resources on pulling over somebody that ran a stop sign.
get you some business, bro.
I got business.
Nah, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
Obviously, you don't.
What is happening? Are you guys
Like
trying
I
to
said,
figure out
like I said,
4 officers
when you
over
get
here?
through-
Don't you got
when you
better
get
shit to do on New Year's Eve, bro?
Hey,
This
like
is
I said, when
ridiculous.
you get through,
Through with what?
keep walking.
Walking,
Keep
watching my
walking.
fucking public officers wasting
walking.
time, bitching me
Keep
out.
walking.
I'm gonna stay here and talk however I want. This is fucking America. I'm not on the. Oh, are you kidding me? All right, hold on. I'm gonna. Whoa. Hey, you back up off of me, bitch. You think? Hey.
Back up.
I'm not doing anything.
Back up.
I'm not going anywhere.
Back up.
I'm not going
Just
anywhere,
back up.
Mr. Evans.
Yeah, just back up. Just back up.
Hey,
Just back up.
Yeah, you are.
Back up.
He body slammed him down to a concrete. He could have broken his back doing that. All right, I think we know where this is going. I'll play the rest of it tonight. I don't believe the court. No, nobody's warranted to slam somebody to the ground for being called a bitch. If that's the case, I would have beaten up a few relatives of mine. I have a cousin that called me his bitch one day. I mean, he's lucky I didn't get real pissed. But yeah, I was looking at his motorcycle. It was an award-winning motorcycle, big deal. He turned to me and he said, I'd like to make you my bitch on this bike. It's like, whoa, you actually said that? Those are fighting words, man. But it was like 4th of July. What is that? My aunt was there. I wasn't going to turn the whole thing upside down, but can you imagine calling a 6'4", 230-pound man his bitch? And the guy's like 5'6". He's just a wimp. He knew that I wasn't going to hit him. That's why he got away with it. But you can't knock people down for calling somebody a bitch. You can't do that. Anyway, let's get down to the reality that I don't care if you're not afraid of punk cops, Howie. If you respond the way that guy did, you will be treated that way. That's the way it is right now. You're lucky to get out of a situation like that when they put you in that situation. I don't really care if somebody calls me names. If you grew up in LA like I did and spent 35 years in Los Angeles, thank you. I got to tell you, if you don't learn to not react to people, you'll die. I've had over 10 death threats in person. I've had over 1,000 death threats online. But when they're in person, they hold a shotgun to your head. It changes the dimension of whether you're going to stand up to somebody. Don't bother. It's not worth your time. So here's a life hack. WD-40 will clean your foggy headlights with a bit of scrubbing. Good to know. That's kind of a big savings because a lot of people buy those lens kits that clean them. Bottom line is, you buy a gun and pack and somebody calls you a bitch and you pull the gun on them, that's assault with a deadly weapon. You didn't know that? Apparently none of you have tested your freedoms. I can't believe people just think they're going to just run out there and start kicking butt. Every single time you react to somebody puts you in danger. Well, I give up, David. Doesn't care that Israel bombed Damascus Christmas. I've seen it 6 times. I talked about it at the cooking show. I know that Israel bombed Damascus on Christmas, and I know that I got a set of Damascus knives on Christmas. You've said that 6 times now. I mean, where are we going with this? I doubt seriously if the two are connected. I just finished a cooking show making an amazing scallop potato dish. Low-cal scallop potato dish. And I did it so quick, it was amazing. But normally these dishes take hours in the bake oven. I did it in 30 minutes on the stove. And it's still warming. It'll be ready to eat when I finish here for my first break. So the cabinet meeting was kind of a disaster. We've got some issues to talk about. The other day I said that I was shadow banned on my site. I was not. No. I have a second Twitter account we opened called US Third Party, and that was where I tweeted the other comments I made. I was accidentally tweeting out of one of my tablets, and it sent it to the US Third Party, but yeah, let me move this over. Okay. I tweeted a few things today. Yeah, if you want to follow us there, you can certainly follow us there. We've got 378 followers. We just started tweeting it on this site. Okay, let's start with the first one. That's the one I talked about, Elizabeth Warren, how she should be, after showing that she has less than 0.5% Cherokee ancestry, she wants to run for president. She needs to be charged with a crime. Lying to get federal money is a felony. Perjury equals 5 years minimum. So she needs to be prosecuted. Why Donald Trump hasn't prosecuted her, I don't know. She proves that she's not in Cherokee Indian. She has no, it's not relevant that she has 0.5%. Most of us have 1% Native American in us. Thanks, America. So I tweeted about Donald yesterday, and I actually, or today I pulled this up. CNN still proves to be a petty joke as it attacks Trump's cabinet meeting. Their news is incapable of challenging Trump on key issues. And I didn't even have a chance to post all the different things that they were making fun of him on. I got to tell you, I really liked that cabinet speech. And it was completely impromptu, what he did. I actually liked it. A lot of the things he said were my ideas. So, of course, how do you not like your own ideas, right? But the CNN, typical people that they are, picking him apart, acting like everything he says is wrong, 36 wackiest lines from Donald Trump. It's just ridiculous. Most of the things he said made sense. So I'm asking a lot of liberals to kind of back off.
We have an area that I brought up with our generals 4 or 5 weeks ago, where the Taliban is here, ISIS is here, and they're fighting each other. I said, why don't you let them fight? Why are we getting in the middle of it? I said, let them fight. They're both our enemies. Let them fight. Sir, we want to do it. They go in and they end up fighting both of them. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
I really, really respect the fact that Donald is cutting the cost of our payments to countries like India for flying over their country. He talked about that. And he made some really strong points about why he's pulling out of Syria, which I've been stressing we have to pull out of Syria for about 6 years now. Everything he said made sense. But the liberal media can't handle that. I think in this particular instance, Trump shored up his support and actually made sense. And he acted like a president. Your great-grandma was pure Cherokee, which makes you 1/8. Yeah. Well, if you had 20%, you could qualify for affirmative action. Elizabeth Warren didn't have that. She needs to be processed. Well, you can do a lot to get people in here if you want to, tell people about our show. If the generals were not doing their job and they didn't really want to de-escalate in Syria, because obviously there's no end game, I would have fired them, yeah. But I really think that James Mattis made a good stand as our Secretary of Defense. I think he did a good job. But I'm not standing here kissing Trump's butt. I'm just saying I think the cabinet meeting was very well organized. He pulled it off very well. And I normally would not say that because I believe that Donald Trump is being controlled by Russia still. No, they haven't pulled out at all from Syria, and there's no timetable for Donald to do this. What Donald has to do now, in my opinion, is frame a new intermediate nuclear force treaty with Russia. Get back to the drawing table. I understand Russia's been trying to get us to talk about INF treaties for some time. I think now is the time to kind of initiate the INF treaty signing and kind of minimize the grandstanding and saber rattling that Vladimir Putin is engaged in, where he tells people that he has all these missiles that'll destroy us, 27 times the speed of sound, all this. Now, if that doesn't pull Vladimir Putin down a notch or two from his rhetoric, then I don't know what would, other than outright confrontation. So I think we have to move toward communication, and whatever relationship he has with Vladimir Putin where he has some pull, that'd be great. But I suspect that Donald Trump doesn't have a stitch of pull with Vladimir Putin. In fact, there is indeed a selfie of Donald Trump naked that Concord Management and Consulting declared they saw and that they have knowledge of. Mueller has not presented it because Mueller says that it's a national security risk to show Donald Trump naked. I feel bad that I think Donald Trump's heart is in the right direction, but I think he made a lot of bad decisions when he was younger, and he did things he shouldn't have done. Now, who among us can say that we did, should have done something different in our life? Who can't say that? I think I could have done a few things differently when I was a young man. I dedicated 8 years of my life, or 6 years of my life, to a couple of people, one of which was a saint and the other was a scumbag. And I look back on that time period, I probably should have, not done what I did for 6 years, a very important time in my life, but I did it anyway because the saint, the female of my bosses, was dying of cancer. And I dedicated 6 years of my life to helping them. keep afloat financially. I should have not done that. I was a really nice person to do that, but I took losses doing it. But if I look back, I probably would never have done that. But it feels good to help people who are dying of cancer. But you don't take the first 6 years of your adult life and give it to somebody who doesn't appreciate it. And that was the case with the male employer when she died. I like you, but why do you need to be liked more than the amount that I like you? Yeah, I can't say I love you. There are roads in India made of plastic, and for the last few years there have been no potholes. That's fantastic. Thanks for telling me, Guest 9309. Elizabeth Warren just said that she thinks that the pullout of Syria is a good idea. Most of America wants to pull out of Syria. 53% polled want to pull out of Syria. So Donald Trump is starting to make sense. But the big question is, how much of this was a favor to Vladimir Putin, who really could care less because he has all kinds of dirt on Donald? That's the question. If we are looking at a man who's being controlled by very powerful forces, then we have a credible problem with a national security risk. That much is the case. Now, if we get the Democrats to do something now that they adjourned, or they actually are gathering, starting to talk in the House, they made a terrible decision to vote for Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House, because Nancy Pelosi couldn't pull together a cohesive thought if she tried. I think we've got a lot of problems there. I don't think the Democrats have it in them to build a strong enough case to present to the Senate unless there is a picture of Donald Trump naked. So that's something they may have to look at. Unless they truly know that Donald Trump profited over the past 10 years from Russian oligarchs. We'll find out, because they're going to put together a subpoena to get those 10 years of tax returns that Mueller couldn't do. He didn't even try. Well, if the Democrats made a rule where Pelosi must leave after 2 years, that's a good move in the right direction. But the Democratic leadership is paltry at best. Nobody in the Democratic Party can speak their mind as clear as I can. And this is one of the reasons why I left the Democrats. 30 years of being a Democrat, I realized in 2007 that I couldn't possibly hang with these people because they told me to shut up. They literally told me to shut up in meetings. I couldn't believe it. I've never seen people less democratic than the Democratic Party. So that's when we started America's Third Party in 2008, and I've been doing it ever since. You know, I challenged Barack Obama as a write-in candidate because I felt that he was lying to the American people, and to this day I still believe he was lying to the American people. And Donald Trump is right about Obamacare. We need to repeal and replace it.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
Now that was 2008. Fast forward 10 years, here I am working it every day in this show, and people used to say, why are you doing Blog TV? Kids go to Blog TV. Because I don't have any other options. Why are you still doing Vaughn, Dave? Because I don't have any other options. You've got to understand, none of my press releases after 500 hours of broadcasting were responded to by our media. I sent out 200 press releases to all the major networks, all the major newspapers, everybody. Not one single response. But I know that they got them because I had a friend from college who called me up and said, hey, Dave, I just heard you were running for president. And the only reason why he heard about it is he's a journalist. No, the car odometer measures in miles. Anyway, that was me 10 years ago. I'm still doing it. Nothing's changed, and I'm going to continue to do this because, frankly, we need an independent voice in the middle of the political spectrum. Beto O'Rourke supports gun control. I will never support gun control. It's simply not what America needs. We don't need gun control because if gun control was put in place, the government would have a tyrannical control over all of us and probably end up arresting us like Hitler did and sending us to FEMA camps. That's a fact. Every single Holocaust in history has been preceded by gun control. So I don't think the Democrats are going to win in the next election. I think it even could go to the Republicans. You never know, because of this gun control issue. The powers that be around the world, the New World Order, if you will, the super elite, want to get rid of all of our guns. They see it as an obstacle to their power. If America is standing on its own 2 feet and as a national country protecting itself, we're not going to do their bidding. They don't like that idea. They like to control people like Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. They like to give them money through AIPAC, the American Israeli Political Action Committee. So that's something that I will never take money from. And I will be the independent president you need to get this country back on track. Because right now we're just languishing under this mentality of liquidators like Mitt Romney and Donald Trump. And yeah, there's groups of people like Bain Capital and Trump Enterprises where all they do is buy up companies, bankrupt them, and sell them to foreign nations for profit. So Donald Trump is not the emblem of the kind of businessman you need. You need a person who can build business from the ground level and even use the government to do it and get the government to start producing on a mass production level items that other countries need. Nobody in the Democratic Republican Party has a clue at how to do that. I have a plan to do that with hybrid capitalism. We can actually build the government up so it can compete in the free market, as opposed to socialism where it dominates and uses power over companies. We would have the same advantage as any average corporation, nothing more. I don't have any phobias. Nope, I have no phobias from being in public. I've met people in private. We've met a lot of people on the road, on road trips. I've had over 1,000 death threats. In doing so, they did kind of change my lifestyle a little bit. I can't just run around and expect to seat people on a daily basis. I can't make trips to large gatherings without security. So I'm unfortunately limited to the internet, which is fine with me because we are using a pretty powerful medium to communicate. There's no reason to worry about that. You want to shoot somebody? You shouldn't do that. No. You need to get help, serious psychological help, if that's how you feel. No, I can't have him as my bodyguard. Well, there you have it. A lot of people support the right to bear arms. It's not going anywhere. It's one major stand against the New World Order. It's probably your biggest stand against the New World Order. Not buying their media, not spending money on excess funds on the communication systems that they dominate. Just hanging in there, you know. Get your basic internet and get a couple things like Netflix and Prime and you're good to go. You don't necessarily have to fall into the cable network system. Well, it's not just the gun industry keeping the argument alive, because they do profit whenever they see gun control. But it's really an agenda by a bunch of people that are trying to undermine our national security. The fact is, your gun in your private possession adds to our national security. It does. It protects us from invasion, that's right. Other countries, no doubt, want our land reserves. Our guns protect us from unnecessary home invasions individually. I did not hear about the 11-year-old who died from breathing fish. That's bizarre. More and more kids are coming down with allergies, and I think a lot of the reasons why they're coming down with allergies is their parents are catering to their needs early on in life, and then they create almost a syndrome. Well, if you don't take in a variety of food when you're younger, you can develop aversions to certain food. And I mean small amounts, not to trigger an allergic reaction, but I almost think that the genetically modified food in our diet is triggering allergies, but I don't know how. I really don't know how, the mechanism, but I do believe that GMO food is potentially to blame. You're not going to get one Democrat or Republican to discuss the dangers of genetically modified food. Now, this is an area where Vladimir Putin refuses to allow GMO food in Russia. And he's right. We definitely need to avoid genetically modified food. That's one of the reasons why he's so determined to control the region we call Ukraine. because Ukraine is now being courted by Monsanto, or Bayer as they call themselves now, and they're trying to get genetically modified food to come into that area, which will then leach into the Russian agricultural system. I understand his concerns, and I believe that GMO food could very well be designed to kill us off. I believe that. I can tell you that the work of Dr. Seralini and the lab resources that he put together in Italy have convinced me that there is a definite connection between genetically modified food and the possibility that people will get cancer. He found lab rats got cancer at 4 months. Monsanto never studied the rats past 4 months, past 3 months. But rats got cancer at 4 months up to 24 months. David, are you going to be on the ballot in 2020? Probably. If I am chosen as a vice president, I will be on the ballot. If I'm not chosen as a vice president and I'm expecting you to get me on the ballot, 95% of you will not bother to even think about getting me on the ballot. 5% will think about it. 1% might consider collecting signatures. And this has been the case in every election since I started this. So don't think for a second that there's a fast track to getting on the ballot. It's very difficult for an average person to get on the ballot in any state, even if you're flying under the libertarian banner, which is about the easiest way. Yes, I heard that Olivia Newton-John has stage 4 bone cancer. And she's using weed as pain management, and I love it. I think Olivia Newton-John is a wonderful person, and I'm really glad that she's talking about it. Did you know that Valerie Harper is still alive? They only gave her a year to live, and she's lived, 3.5, 4 years now with brain cancer? I have seen firsthand what bone cancer does, yes. My father died of bone cancer related to prostate cancer. I was there every second of the way. My dad got cancer from Roundup, one of the first users of Roundup in my yard. I came home one day, I'll never forget it. The worst day of my life, really, when you think about it. Okay, thanks. I got that link on escalation in Ukraine. I came home after being away a couple days, and I saw my dad sitting in a bed, just completely wiped out with headache, massive headache, which he had for 4 or 5 days afterward. I said, "What did you do, Dad?" He said, "Well, I used this new product called Roundup." And he didn't wear an air mask. Yeah. I said, "Why would you use an herbicide on weeds we can pull in my hand?" "Well, I thought it'd be easy." Anyway, long story short, after 5 days, the headaches went away, and then the backaches started. Then the doctors visit at the urologist and then find out that he has an enlarged prostate, which is the filter in the body. And they're willing to put chemicals in your face and have you buy them at the market for $30. They don't care about you. They don't care if they're killing off the population. I'm telling you, beware of pesticides and herbicides. That's all I've got to say. Long story short, my dad lived, he had 1 year to live in 1986, and he lived to be 77 years old all the way to 2001, right before the Trade Center attack occurred. And I'm glad he didn't live to see that, too. My goodness. He was a very proud man, and he lived a very good life, except for the pollution and toxicity in the environment, which it should be regulated, but it is not regulated by the EPA or the FDA. We've got a lot of problems in our government that our agencies are getting money for nothing. So I'm glad that Trump shut the government down. These people that collect a salary at EPA and FAA and FDA and every single agency are a bunch of worthless sacks of garbage. I've been campaigning nonstop for 10 years, yield didn't stop, and I noticed we never got a donation from you, so stop talking and start doing. They have to spray Roundup for organic plants? No, they don't. No. Nope. Roundup is a product that is a chelator, and it destroys your immune system. That's what it does. It kills people's immune system, so cancer continues to run rampant through your system. 93% of America is urinating Roundup, traces of Roundup. 99% of the European Union is urinating. 99% is urinating Roundup. Organic food has proven to be just as drought resistant as not as genetically modified food. Yes. A Rodale Institute study found that that's the case. Okay, Sarah is here to give me a break.
You really wanted to watch the cooking show, eh? David will upload the cooking show to his David John Sponheim YouTube channel.
Yeah, the YouTube channel is this at night. I've got over 65 recipes for low-cost cooking at youtube.com/David John Sponheim. And I'll give you that link right now. You can just keep it and bookmark it. But you can start watching my shows from, recently. We had a great Christmas dinner we made. Sarah and I cooked together. She was awesome. She was fantastic. Okay, I think I've gotten off my soapbox and I'm going to step out and let Sarah take over. We'll see what Nancy Pelosi lays out in her agenda, but again, I don't expect a lot from her any different.
Spirit of a more perfect.
We'll take a look at that a little bit later as well.
The leftovers we eat for a few different days.
A little bit of technology news before I leave. They have developed a highly porous powder that captures double the carbon. This is very interesting. An article that suggests that CO2 emissions may be scrubbed better with this new product. We can get scrubbers into the smokestacks of air polluters and take an aggressive stance at solving this problem. If you want to read about it, check this link out. That's something that will be coming forward as time goes on. Filtering air and water will be the priorities of the future, not spraying chemicals in the atmosphere like we are doing now, which is absurd. All right. Thank you, Sarah.
I agree. The most efficient trucks wouldn't have any fumes, any things being sprayed out of them.
Howie's talking about a person who takes in foster children. He's a Muslim immigrant from Libya who helps terminally ill fostered kids. He's buried 10 kids, taking care of them. I think that's a noble job he's doing. I think not many people want to take on disabled and terminal kids. It's pretty amazing. All right.
It is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Wow. That's pretty wild, chat room celebrity. Yeah, I guess I'll save that for you. Well, in your opinion, what's the... Oh, did you already leave 930? I was going to ask you, in your opinion, what's the difference between someone who's frugal and cheap? Oh, that's a good idea. A tiny house in Alabama. Yeah, I bet they probably are okay with them. I mean, it's a... Mississippi and Alabama have traditionally been known as not having the best services, or... So I'm sure they are. Not the insects. Good point. Hello, my fluffy cat. Wow. Amazing, Jack. Oh, quality is the difference between frugal and cheap. Then I would say, then David is frugal. David's definitely frugal. He does look for quality. Cheap people just buy whatever. You're right. That's a good point. Okay, then I would say David does look for quality, then he's frugal. Like the frugal gourmet. That kind of thing. Alright, Zelfire. I guess there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay to be ignorant and learn. Frugal is living within your means. That's good. I sometimes eat David's cooking. No, I often eat David's cooking. Governing is harder than campaigning. Yeah, I agree. When someone cooks for you, you don't complain. Usually, I don't want to cook, so. That's probably cheap. 550. You tried to ask David if you were okay with those kinds of sausages he uses in his meal, but he never answered. They're not my favorite, but they're okay. I'll eat them. No, I can't tell you that, FAA. I don't know what David's thinking. Oh, I think David's gonna come explain that, maybe. Cooking Star pays plaintiffs. Yeah, I can't explain David's thinking. Oh, Frugal Gourmet, wow. Wow. Amazing. Thanks for that, Howie did it. No doubt, FAA worker. I didn't move so much. I moved so little that you thought the stream was frozen. Sometimes that happens. I don't observe people as well as David does. He'll say, "Did you see that person? Blah, 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 blah." Like, no. And I think he's a lot more observant than I am. But that's okay. I mean, yeah, maybe I should be more observant. I'm observant enough, I would think. I think. Your New Year's gift to help me with math calculations. Thank you. Oh, I love the unit circle. Wait, this is a video? Oh, I like that. That's pretty awesome. Sign. Tangent, cotangent. Oh, no, it says a sign. Sine. Nice. That's beautiful. Can I download this? Save video as. I'll go to. I wonder if I have one in here. Sarah, math. And I'll call it unit circle. I love that video. Thank you so much. Yeah. I used to draw out the unit circle and talk to people about how you can find sine, cosine, tangent, all based on the unit circle and triangles, and it's pretty good. Your best dish is roast lamb with 4 peppercorn sauce. Nice. How do I feel about this? China tracking chips in school uniforms? I don't like it. China puts tracking chips in school uniforms to watch people's every move. I would say that sums up China, and I think we should have a little more freedom. The smart uniforms are linked to facial recognition cameras to teachers and parents so they can monitor their every move. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. All mixed together yield and stuff? I don't think so. ATP bot put a link in that said search of Russian building ended with 39 dead and 1 survivor. Gross, I would not do that. Hot dog, water soup, and chicken skin sandwiches. You must be really in need of something. An explosion triggered a partial collapse, giving a final death toll Thursday of 39. Wow. I'm reading this Canada story. They want to give Canada's asking the U.S. to give Canada the Northwest angle. Oh, because the U.S. border's 10 miles and then the Angle Inlet. They're asking the U.S. federal government to give a small piece of territory back to Canada, saying that's where it rightfully belongs. Some think it belongs to... Oh, it's in Minnesota. That's pretty interesting. Okay. Did David say no?
You know, this
Hello,
size
David.
computer laptop is so much better than the old one.
What were you typing no about?
Oh, somebody wanted to make a website for us. That doesn't work out where they have control over it.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah,
because
we
David
have
doesn't want.
We have total control over everything we do, and that's one of the reasons
Yeah.
why we can't have you do that. And believe me, websites take a huge amount of maintenance if they are interactive. We found that out when we put plugins that were communities. They were hosed by trolls, literally destroyed. We couldn't maintain them. There's too many attack points. Like my Skype call the other night we were hit with gay porn on the Skype call. You can believe that. It's unreal.
Yes, I can't believe it.
So I can't do Skype anymore. I have to uninstall it here, and we have to probably try Discord again, I think. Or I do my Blog TV show. Blog Talk Radio show, rather. That has a chat room in it. And I can get 30 minutes of open calls every night. So
What
I might
about-
just bring back Blog TV.
He could create a America's third party fan site. Yeah, and now I need to really be contacting YouTube to see, is there any way I can get off the ban list, or am I still on the ban list? I need to do some more research. Too lazy. I think I'm too lazy. Vaughn Live Chatters is what they're referring to, 956. VaughnLive.tv / Vaughn.live / third party, maybe? What did Nassim say? Where is Elsewhere 956 that you've been hanging out with?
Yeah, you could turn the heater on if you want.
Okay, I'm okay for now, but
It's
sure.
up to you. If you're cool. I'll be back shortly. I'll take the coffee.
All right, I just took a look at that, but Nassim, but I don't know. I think we can petition them. We'll see, and I'm also supposed to be contacting Twitch or something. Well, I said, why don't we look into seeing if we can get off their list or whatever. Okay, California sailor welcomes the discovery of a yacht in Australia after failed round world trip. Wow. That was so weird that the chat over there just seemed to stop after your link. It didn't really stop. All right, I'm just checking into the news. The North Korean envoy to Italy went missing. North Korea's top diplomat in Italy defected, embarrassing Kim Jong-un. The ride is over. Apple warns investors. It's the end of the iPhone boom. And the Dow tumbled 660 points. Wow. Stock market plunges. Wow. Hold on to your current smartphone as long as you can, according to Business Insider. All right, moving on. Why don't people who live in Australia fall away from Earth into space? I believe it's because it's a sphere. True, good point. Misanthropy says the majority have allowed these couple of corporations to control the entire internet. Google, Amazon, Facebook? Yes, I did talk to my family over the holidays. Well, I've talked to my family a lot, not just over the holidays. I know, I agree with you, Howie. It's called gravity, which is why people in Australia don't fall off the face of the earth. Oh, Twitter. Yeah, good point. Twitter. Oh, thanks. I've always been saying this. The moon has a far side, not a dark side. China released photos from the first mission to land on the far side of the moon. That's pretty cool. Yep, Twitter owns Periscope. True. You know, the thing is, I think people are just so comfortable with status quo. They know, like, they find their handful of sites that they go to and they just stick with that rather than try to find out everything on the internet. Well, the thing about the far side of the moon is the sun actually is it's they get light from the sun. Maybe it does. That's what Apple was writing on, is social status. There's an ultimo fuel sighting, whatever that means. I agree. I think maybe more and more people are caring less and less about about social status. Or maybe that's just because I don't care very much about social status. Okay. I'm not a real big... Yeah, I don't really worry too much about social status. Maybe a little bit, but... All right. Pulls out iPhone and posts a selfie. I don't remember the last time I posted a selfie. When was the last time I had an alcoholic drink? I think like 8 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago. Was the last time I had an alcoholic drink? Like me because I won't break your pocketbook or your pocket. What was the last drink I had? I think it was some kind of like... no thanks, 616. Yeah, I don't remember. Bottle? Yeah, I don't remember. It was so long ago, and I never was a drinker. I don't like feeling like I'm out of control, so I don't like drinking. An astronaut sparked panic after accidentally dialing 911 from space. Wow. All right. Okay, the moon always faces the same way. Beijing is landing probes on the far side of the moon. Maybe they're seeking a lunar base up there. The Department of Homeland Security released thousands of more migrants into the USA. An earthquake early warning map is now available for ALA. You want to take a long nap, but you can't fall asleep even though you're drained. That's because you have your technology on, probably in your bedroom. Is that true? The technology messes with your brain so you can't actually sleep. I want to take a long nap too because I am pretty drained too. Pelosi won't rule out an indictment and impeachment. CNN took her out for ice cream. An American was detained in Moscow and charged with espionage. Wow. A Chicagoland official was charged with attempted extortion of Burger King owners. Wow. And a bored firefighter has been accused of setting homes on fires. My goodness. You don't think they like, okay, doesn't matter to me if people like me, I guess? No. This lawsuit claims the Southern Poverty Law Center abetted theft, spread lies to destroy a lawyer for a thought crime. Wow. I would agree that Venezuela's economic collapse has many lessons for American socialists. FBI is using Amazon's facial recognition. Oh. A fake pastor smuggled drugs into jails using Bibles. Wow. I have not watched Bandersnatch yet. I think I'll probably watch it this weekend. Are you laughing, 841, or crying? Oh, someone made a good point. Interactive movies would be a good source of data collection. I always loved choose your own adventure books, so I'm sure I will like Bandersnatch. I was just going to watch it with David rather than watch it on my own, but it would be interesting. Would we make different choices if we watched it on our own? are collecting the data, then they need data scientists to actually analyze the data. You know, collecting it's one thing, and then doing something with the data is something completely different. Judge rules that Ed Sheeran may have plagiarized Marvin Gaye's "Let's Get It On." In his song "Thinking Out Loud." The judge believes there exist substantial similarities between several of the two works' musical elements. Noted that jurors may be impressed by footage of a Sheeran performance which shows him seamlessly transitioning between both songs. Oh. We can look at Marvin Gaye and Ed Sheeran thinking out loud to look at the two, how they're the same. Yes, cake and tea for DT Allura. Good night, DT Allura. We'll sleep for DT Allura. I think we all need a little bit of sleep.
You should get some sleep. Go for it.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in. It's always great to have a dinner to serve too, so you're welcome to some of the spicy sausage, au gratin potato, scallop potato we made.
Thank you.
I put some peas on top for a vegetable.
Thank you.
And there's a half of a piece of ground sirloin with cheddar cheese on it. If you want that, have it. Enjoy. Thank you.
Wow. And I did the composting too. It's amazing. Thank you. Yeah. I was like, wow. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. Thank you for spending time with Sarah. She's such a wonderful person. And she needs her time too to relax and talk. Yeah, ground sirloin patty with cheddar cheese on it kind of gives it that extra taste. You know, like a cheese, burger. You know what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh. Judge rules Ed Sheeran maybe plagiarized Marvin Gaye's "Let's Get It On, yeah, let's get it on, yeah, baby." Marvin Gaye, one of the greatest vocalists, famous for sexual healing and all kinds of great songs, killed by his dad. Yeah. Anyway, a judge has ruled that Ed Sheeran maybe plagiarized it. So, oh, thank you. I love fries. Thank you. Yeah, it was pretty bright out there in the darkness. I had to put my sunglasses on. I get a lot of comments. People think these are really high end, and then some people think I'm working in a body shop, doing welding or something. All right. Well, if you haven't heard Ed Sheeran, he's really talented. I'm not kidding. He's really got some great vocal tones. He has high voice and low voice. He's got the thing women love. He's got that cuddly teddy bear thing that women just want to, spoon with. Even though he's obviously not, the look that they're looking for. But yeah, great pipes. A jury will now decide whether Sheeran owes payment to the heirs of Gaye's co-writer Ed Townsend, who filed a suit. Wow. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. A company that owns 1/3 of Townsend's estate has also sued Sheeran for the alleged copyright infringement. This could be a big money deal, because Marvin Gaye was literally the greatest entertainer in America when he was killed by his dad. It was just bizarre. He had such a stellar career. A separate ruling awarded Gaye's estate over $5 million from Robin Thicke and Pharrell Williams for allegedly infringing on Gaye's song "Got to Give It Up" on their 2013 hit Blurred Lines was upheld last March. And Sheeran himself previously settled a copyright infringement suit involving his song Photograph and credited the writers of TLC's No Scrubs on his song Shape of You in response to a similar suit. Wow. So Ed Sheeran's really good at listening to music and saying, hey, I like to do that too. I think I'll play that and I'll add a few words and voila, a hit. Fantastic. I don't know. I have no knowledge of his dad. Would you like me to talk about his dad? Because I think that's kind of irrelevant. The ginger guy creeps you, like a circus clown kind of look. Yeah, I don't know what women like about him, but I think it's that teddy bear thing. Here's America's favorite commie know-it-all. Commie know-it-all. This is what she was doing when she was a high schooler. Now, I really believe this is Eva Abadan, not Ocasio-Cortez, but that was her little clip that she was doing in high school to get noticed. This is not a woman who really wants to look deeply into anything. I think personally that Hillary Clinton is putting Eva Abadan up to doing this. I really do. When you look at their faces, they're identical, and this particular tweet shows a series of abnormalities that have come up. It turns out Eva Abadan, the sister of Uma Abadan, yeah, I know we talked about this earlier. I know. Check this out. Eva stopped tweeting right when Ocasio came on the scene in Bronx and won with Hillary's help. I smell a rat. I smell a rat. Something's not right. Check. Oh no, you can see all the pics you want. It's a match, I'm telling you. I smell a rat. Yeah, you dirty rat. Oh, your ex lost your $500 ones? Really? Okay, well, since it's Technology Thursday, I thought it was appropriate if I talk about something related to technology. Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Hey, what's up, Jeremiah? Go ahead. Mommy, gotta love you, mommy. All right, Jeremiah, what's your question? Yeah, what's your question? Yeah, speak faster. Jesus. Unreal. We get hosed every night by these trollers. I don't know what, Speaking of getting hosed, what about the possibility that we were lied to about this supposed CGI character, Nassim Aghdam? Everything we know about the YouTube HQ shooter is we don't know anything. But she's accusing YouTube of discrimination. So is she AI or is she not? That's the question. It used to be, is it live or is it Memorex? Is she AI or is she human?
I'm being discriminated and filtered on YouTube, and I'm not the only one. So recently, they also attacked my Persian channel, Nassim Sabs, And if you go and check my videos, you see that my new videos hardly get views, and my old videos that used to get many views stop getting views. So this is because I'm being filtered. And another thing,
Is she the only one? Do you think she's artificial intelligence, or 'cause she seems like she is faking it, doesn't it? No one could actually be that lame looking. She died? I don't know. I don't know if it's real or is it Memorex. I can't tell. Grover drops an F-bomb on Sesame Street. And this is news? I don't think that's appropriate in the show. Thank you. But thank you. Wow. You got people working about Sesame Street news back when they were a kid and they're still watching it. I only gave that to Sarah to show how, or you can talk to YouTube. No, that woman's a complete fake. She doesn't even exist. That's the CGI. That was not a real person.
age restricted my ab workout video. I'm being discriminated.
I think if she is a real person, I stand corrected, but I seriously doubt it. Unless she's kind of like Julian Assange. They can create. Joe Pesci, you smelled Trump in the chat? Oh, Joe's here, everybody. Hey, Joe Pesci, he smells Trump in the chat. What does Trump smell like? The smell of Trump. You know, I'm amazed Trump hasn't branded his own deodorant and underarm antiperspirant, as well as eau de cologne as possible face splash, but don't patent the fruit spray. Whatever you do, this belongs to me. Yeah. Popularized on the David Sponheim America's Third Party Show. It's my own concoction of something that Michelle creates called fruit enzyme spray. And I just mix it down 1 part to 10 parts purified water. It keeps my frubber fresh. The ATP official fruit spray. Anyway, classroom monitors, I heard you got this going. China put a tracking system in their classroom. That's crazy. That's scary crazy. That's scary crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, the smart uniforms are linked to facial recognition cameras to teachers, and parents can monitor pupils' every move. And if you're not smiling, it'll send back bad brownie points to your Sesame credit system. And you know what that means. More time in the Alone Center. Boy, they've got people trained like robots over there. It's scary. And I just saw a clip on China and how they're getting rid of people, foreigners. They don't need foreigners anymore. Their economy is so strong. We don't need you people here. It's like, leave. I swear. They're making it very uncomfortable for people to go there. So when Donald goes there, I think it's kind of dangerous. Donald, if you're listening, don't go to China. Meet through a thing called telepresence, created by Microsoft and Cisco Systems. It's very, very good. You'll love it. Of me versus Ellen DeGenerate. Okay. Comparing me to Ellen DeGeneres. This has been a problem in our show. People keep saying, David, you look like this transgender person. Or what is she, a lesbian? I don't know. I don't watch your show, so I don't know. But you're trying to say, David, are you Ellen DeGeneres? Well, inquiring minds want to know. Let's find out. Okay, I'm glad you're dominating the show so much every night. Thank you. I don't know why I give this guy airtime. Okay, let's compare. There are physical similarities to our faces. As you can see, this similarity is mostly in the facial contour of the positioning of the eyebrows and mouth. As I'm zooming in, I'm beginning to feel like I'm doing my show at the Mandalay Bay. I'm doing my show at the Mandalay Bay Inn. No, I don't have that hook nose that she has, that prominent hook nose. And my eyes are wider than hers, which is a sign of greater connection to the Cro-Magnon ancestry that I'm so obviously built out of. My cranium was shaped in a Cro-Magnon way. Deer is stuck in fence, untangled by farmers. Wow, let's take a look at this. The music I can do without, but so these guys tried to help. Watch this. Dangerous. Holy crap. They're pissed, and they're tangled, and they're getting ripped up. I wouldn't doubt that's a barbed wire fence, too. I can't watch this. This is painful. All right. Damn. No thanks. Yeah, try not to bring us any snuff films, animal snuff films. Thanks. I'm sure that's going on all over the place due to man's interference in the natural world. It usually does it, not when it's barbed wire. No. I don't know what it was, but I can tell you it just doesn't make sense. Trump is right about the wall. It's my idea, so I'm going to defend it, okay? So I got you on this, Trump. Yeah, the buck stops here. We got to get the wall, and I totally agree with, with the Waterloo moment that he has. Lindsey Graham said that it's either sink or swim with the wall. If you either get the wall done or your presidency's over. So Donald, if you're listening, we can put the container wall up for $1 billion. We can bypass the Democrats. We should definitely move toward the container fence idea. I've talked to other people, and I believe this is not enough. They can scale these types of walls. We need a slippery surface, and what better than to have something that's completely like 16 feet tall with barbed wire on top, and the possibility that nobody can scale these up because they're greased down. You know what I'm talking about, greased down? You don't. No. Well, the $1 billion container wall is this. Yeah. Oh, we can magnetize it. We could. We could make it so that if you get near it with a belt buckle, it just digs the belt buckle right into your body and is like, ugh. But no, we're not planning on magnetizing it. But Crisco is definitely an option, or just silicone. And a lot of people are saying we need to use hydrophobic material. And that's what I've been saying. Something that's super slippy. Real viscous. Very much no friction whatsoever. Frictionless, no way more frictionless than KY. I'm talking about undissolvable technology that is available right now called hydrophobic material. That's what I'm talking about. There's a company that makes this stuff. It's amazing. Isn't it amazing? Let me get to it. I prefer things alphabetical, if you don't mind. Thank you. Here it is.
Okay, this is Never Wet Super Hydrophobic Fabric System. This particular bottle. We also make a paint that paints on surfaces. But with this product, you can spray it on any clothing and it will make your clothing super hydrophobic. Water and heavy oils will just shoot off of it. Chocolates, ketchup, mustard, all of that sort of thing. Hydrophobic means that a surface is water resistant. Super hydrophobic means that the water will shoot off of a...
Isn't that amazing? Shoot off of it. So you'll get near that fence and you'll shoot off of that fence. You won't be able to grab a hold of that, and if you're a mountain climber, there's nothing to latch onto. Yeah, so it'll be a lot tougher than those stupid wall things that Trump is building. All right. There's a possible cancer-causing impurity in a blood pressure medication that's a pretty big thing if your family members are on blood pressure medication. The drug is called Valsartan. Valsartan. Another blood pressure medication has been recalled over cancer-causing impurity. Okay. There you go. I'll give you a link over there at iBlog, too. I'm just checking the news. All right. I'm going to check the... Yeah. Wow. So much to go over here. So little time. How about not talking about any of it? Wow. Cyber researcher cancels Black Hat conference appearance claiming to bypass Face ID. Huh. Cyber researcher cancels Black Hat conference appearance claiming to bypass Face ID. A Chinese cyber researcher has told Reuters that he has canceled an upcoming appearance at the prestigious Black Hat Asia hacking conference at the request of his employer. The researcher, Wish Wu, was preparing a presentation entitled Bypass Strong Face ID. Everyone can deceive depth and IR camera and algorithms. Notably, Wu's employer, Ant Financial, utilizes numerous facial recognition technologies, including that of Apple Face ID, with their Alipay digital payment system. Wu recalls that he soundly agreed to the withdrawal decision, mentioning that the supposed bypass only worked on iPhone X under certain conditions, and is certainly non-functional against iPhone XS and XS Max devices. So this guy he'd canceled because he had a way of getting around facial ID recognition. Interesting. His employer said, hey, you can't do that. You're not allowed to violate our trade agreement. It would nullify our product line. Kind of like JP Morgan told Tesla, I'm sorry, but we're not going to be able to employ you anymore because we can't send electricity through the air like you want to. We invested a massive amount in copper wiring, and there's no way we're going to use a beam of energy to go from point A to point B. Sorry, Tesla, you're fired. You're fired. You're fired. All right. Open source FLux alternative for Windows, light bulb. Okay, so you're promoting some alternative technologies. Misanthropy's been using Linux systems for some time. I get good word that Mint is a good Linux system if you're trying that for your computer. But Lightbulb is also good. It's an open source program for Windows that provides you with options to reduce blue light automatically as the day passes by. Oh, this has nothing to do with Linux. Sorry, my mistake. This is the FLux thing to adjust the light so that you don't have to wear glasses like these, which are clearly a problem, walking around looking like you're a radiation therapist in a doctor's office or something. It's like, I'm here to take you now, Mr. Smith, Miss Smith. Yeah, so this is a way of adjusting light. So you have a night light mode. Yeah, I'm just a little concerned that if I download it, it'll occupy the background of my computer. And I really don't want to do that. Yeah. I've seen that. I said no. No, we don't lose control over anything we do on the internet. So sorry. We got the Mexican common genome. We can gene edit to boost the aggressive tendencies of someone. We could use a gas form on the wall zone, which would affect people who want to cross it. You like gassing people? People with low aggressivity will pass with a headache, while gangsters will be instinctively forced to kill each other. I think that's messing with people too much. Yeah, very interesting chat, I must say. Dr. Meow is proposing we gas people at the border. I don't think that's a good idea. I think we could use the active denial system, which is a very effective tool. I've talked about that many times on our show. They're already spraying us with chemicals. I mean, you really seriously want to, why don't we just kick in on weather warfare? Howie, are you too Jewish? I'm so sorry. Is this something are you suffering from Jewish guilt? That you may have been born too Jewish? There's got to be a self-help group in your synagogue to deal with that. I can't cast on Twitch. You can, though. You can rebroadcast our signal. I've been IP banned over there for saying I wasn't gay. Oh, the gassing factor, Jewish. Oh, I thought you were ashamed of being Jewish, Howie. I'm sorry. No, we would never gas people. That's the point. Most of us in the room are not Jewish, unless, of course, you are. Now, if you are Ashkenazi, you're not necessarily Jewish. I hope you realize that. They're not officially Jewish people. If their mother's mother wasn't Jewish, then they're not related to Abraham, so you're not Jewish. Just so you know. I am not. No, that's not true. And I'm not sure why you are saying that. I can't even believe he would say that. That's why I kicked him out of the show. Yeah, something's so odd from him. I think he's been drinking. But yeah, I didn't really want to bring up the Ashkenazi factor. Anita's Ashkenazi. She's not a practicing Jew. There's a lot of people who are Ashkenazi. It was a different hog slammer with one M. Okay. But let's change the subject because I don't think we're here to talk about Jewish people. All right, I think we have to discuss Apple's future sounding alarms. I talked about this earlier. This is huge. This could affect one of the most cash-rich companies in the nation. At a time when our stock market is still, bouncing back from what Donald called a glitch. Oh, yeah. Well, that glitch happened again, Donald. Before I get to this story, I want to show you this. Minus 660 points. The stock market dropped today with yet another glitch upon Donald's cabinet meeting. Yeah. You're going to take the heat for this, Donald. Sorry, it's on you now. Oh, man. Dismal days on Wall Street. Little upswing toward lunch, but oh, man. A lot of brokers are probably going home with headaches right now. Yeah. Oy vey. Take a rest. Do a sitz bath. Visit your mother. But no, not all Wall Street is Ashkenazi. There are people that are not Ashkenazi. David, do you find the energy to keep going? Well, I don't seem to have a problem with energy. I'm able to harness the use of air, which has molecules of H2O in it. By separating the hydrogen from the oxygen, I'm able to power my inner turbine. I am mostly air-cooled, as opposed to water-cooled. The earlier designs were water-cooled, and they kept leaking through their orifices. David, how I see you have an iPhone case on your website. Yeah, I want to show you that thing, man. Let me talk about it. Hang on, man.
As we look at what's going on in China, it's clear that the economy began to slow there for the second half. And what I believe to be the case is the trade tensions between the United States and China put additional pressure on their economy. There's not as many subsidies as there used to be from a carrier point of view. And where that didn't all happen yesterday, if you've been out of the market for 2 or 3 years and you come back, it looks like that to you.
Wow. Well, that was CNN Business, but the story goes that it's the story of a company called Apple. Yeah, Apple's problems sound alarm bells about China's future. So Apple has a China problem. CEO Tim Cook took to the airwaves on Wednesday to announce an early earnings miss for its fourth quarter of 2018, which he attributed to a decline in sales in the Chinese market. The slump reflects a broader slowdown of the Chinese economy as the consequences of ongoing trade disputes between China and the United States begin to manifest. Well, this is on the heels of another story we just had, which talked about the possibility that China managed to get Apple's designs for the iPhone and reverse engineer them, and they're making them for 1/6 the price that Apple's paying to build their phones, meaning you're going to see a lot cheaper phones in the market soon. Well, making money on welfare recipients is a market that China might want to move in on. So I would think Apple would be embracing tariffs at this point, hoping to protect their market share. And if Donald understands that, they'll understand the importance of protecting our silicon giants, if you will. Yeah, there's a big problem if we allow Chinese phones into our market direct from China, and we already are through other means. We have a brink point where we can choose between vendors in any Asian country, not just China. So we have a lot of buying power. China knows that, and we can use that to our advantage. But letting them in is not a good idea unless we're prepared to deal with the amazing drop in the cost, and it'll hit our industries too. Apple will hurt. I am not your sex doll. Yes, there is no sex doll here. I am simply David. Dave for short. The digital audio video entity named Dave. That's the character I played recently in Halloween. That was fun. Facebook tracks Android users even if they don't have a Facebook account. Wow. Doesn't that suck? I hate having to, go online and give your ID out to Google or whoever just to get on the phone and use some of the features. So I have a workaround for that. I would never blame Jewish people for any problems. I've never blamed Jewish people at all for any problems. I blame Zionists, not Jewish people. Most of those Zionists are Ashkenazis, okay? Like Hitler. Hitler was a Nazi, an Ashkenazi. Yeah, you need to figure that out. Trust whoever you want, but don't blame Jewish people, okay? Facebook tracks Android users even if they don't have a Facebook account, study reveals. Wow. Facebook's data collecting practices have once again been called into question after a new report revealed that it's routinely tracked people who do not use the app. Privacy International analyzed 34 apps on the Android app mobile operating system with user bases of between 10 and 500 million. Yeah, the charity began the study after the scandal surrounding how now defunct London-based political consultancy Cambridge Analytica, which was accused of improperly obtaining personal information on behalf of political clients and using it to influence the outcome of the US election or the UK Brexit referendum. Privacy International researchers found that 23 apps sent data to Facebook the moment a user opened them. Well, of course, all these, that's what I didn't understand. I mean, everyone thought, oh, wow, Google's such a new innovation. Ooh, this is so cool. No. Don't listen to anything David Icke, whatever his name is. It's icky to me. Don't listen to him on that. The Holocaust was real. Oh yeah. Millions of people died. He's spinning false flag BS on the Holocaust just to divert your attention. A lot of you people are going to be convinced that the earth is somehow flat, the Holocaust didn't happen, which it did happen. And you'll be laughed off your table at the dinner table like you were last week, Zeno. He went to his family gathering and they looked at him and they thought he was a nutcase. You know I'm right. Yeah, don't fall into those diverted pathways. Those were developed by the CIA to trivialize any questionable intelligent thought. Now, it's a sad thing that young people who are intelligent and aware are falling into these traps. You got to step it up a notch and realize the government's laid these traps for you to trivialize the truth. Google is owned by our government, Department of Defense, In-Q-Tel, the primary shareholder. And Google is the primary shareholder of Facebook. And they have a contract to buy $100 million worth of advertising from Facebook every year, Google does. So it's a pretty cush deal. They buy their own advertising and make enough money in their own company, and their own shares go up. A lot of companies right now are in the past few years have been buying up their own shares. Most of Donald's tax break that he gave everybody who's rich has gone to buying up their own shares. It's a false front on the economy. All these companies are becoming front-loaded, and have reduced their labor by 45% max. Anybody reducing by more than 45% is going out of business. So, as the economy tumbles, these people are losing leverage. And the only way you can gain leverage in any economic sense is to have good, strong product sales. Most of our stock market is now built more on hostile takeovers and financial deals than good product sales. Good product companies, mom and pop companies, are still holding on because they've got a product people want. People are going to go to Costco or Walmart or any other major company and buy things. Those people who make those things are making money. It props up this tremendous service economy we have. And we have to always realize that we have a lot to rest on and a lot of power in the worldwide marketplace. China doesn't need to start competing in our TV market. It's saturated from Singapore to Malaysia, throughout the world, providing TV sets. We don't need cheaper TV sets. They're about as cheap as our market can bear. What we're finding from Chinese products is that they're not producing high quality. And China has a tremendous problem in that department. They've got this built-in obsolescence thing down where everything breaks right away. Is it true that body parts from prisoners are harvested by the Chinese government? Yes. Yeah. In fact, they have a system where they can drive a bus near your location where you are. Say you're a tax debtor. In China, that's a criminal offense to be a tax debtor. And you could be hauled in from any number of locations in what is called a deathmobile. I know that sounds kind of scary. I mean, a lot of you are like, oh, what? Huh? Deathmobile. Yeah, there's a possibility that these things really do exist. I have a photograph of them if you'd like to see them. Yes. This is a deathmobile in China. There's about 50 of these roaming around the cities in and around China. What these are units that actually stop by your location, take your... That's not a joke, Howie. This really is happening in China. If you don't hear about it because you don't live there. But they pull you out of your house and they stick you in the deathmobile. Yeah, and then they simply execute you, and it's on videotape. And your body is then... all your organs are sold to organ donors in the Chinese proper, various places are making money on organ donors. This is happening right now in China. Oh yeah, so the organ market is real in China. So if you think for a second that we really need First Nation trading status with a country that's willing to put a nuclear bomber on an island that they just built out of nothing in the middle of the South China Sea, do we really need to be trading with a country like that when we could trade with countless other partners? Well, that's the approach that Donald Trump should take. And nothing else should be on the table. There shouldn't be a side deal for Donald Trump Enterprises so that he could open up a hotel in one of the countries in Guangzhou. I would love to have a Trump Tower, and you could have a suite. Xi Jinping, I'd give you a $50 million suite like I offered Vladimir Putin. I mean, if that's what he's got going with China, that's a big mistake. We're better off maintaining existing trade relations with China than to destabilize it. But bear in mind, we have a lot of clout, and we have to always realize that. And Donald's right about that. And I've always felt we need to be tough in negotiating with countries like China. And we've been getting the raw end of the deal, and I agree with him on that. Yeah, 800 for a spleen, exactly. Here's a great picture. Donald with maybe a new hairstyle. This is a possible pre-visualization of what your president would be like for 2012. Look at that. I mean, 2020. There you go. Donald Trump running for 2020. Wow. He kind of looks like me in a way. He's got that really good looking grin and a little bit of gray under the cherry, yeah. But, it's kind of cool. I love the hairstyle. God, isn't that a great hairstyle? It hides his horns. Yeah, really. You just love the and if his body does develop, this is a possible allergic reaction to Botox. You can be Agent M. What does that mean? Okay, Agent M, we logged into your system. His hair hides his horns. David, I just ordered my iPhone case from your website. Can you show everyone? Huh? What? I'm not going to show anybody anything. I'm muting you. What the hell was that? Did anyone click that link? If you did, don't. Yeah. Tim Eyman said enough signatures were collected to put Initiative 976 on the November ballot. I-9076 would roll back car tab fees to $30 a year. King 5 News. Yeah, Tim Eyman's still doing it. He's a big, strong protagonist for less taxes. Yeah, I like that. I like the fact that he's standing up to the Democrats in our state of Washington. This would be Donald Trump without a hair. I think it's pretty powerful. Yeah. That is pretty amazing. Donald, if you're listening, what about this look? Would you look? You would look very good if you had this look. It would be a whole different Donald. That's great. That's exciting. That has hope for men with male pattern baldness. That's awesome. Thank you for your help.
Oh, it kind of looks like Jimmy Carter. I know. Thank you, Donnie. Donnie Donowitz, everybody. I'll definitely say a good word for you at church this Sunday when I speak to the parishioners. Did you know that Jimmy Carter speaks at his local church every single Sunday? I think that's great.
Man, we need to change that subject fast. Change that subject fast, man. Dow tumbles 660 points because it could go either way. Welcome to the yo-yo economy under Donald Trump. Without the beard, he'd be Dr. Evil. You're right. Without Mini-Me passed away last year. Well, okay, you know, people are finding very little solace in the market today. Where do they stick their money? Where to put the money? Where to invest? Yeah, 2.8% drop, while S&P 500 shed 2.5% and NASDAQ lost 3%, blaming Apple, which said December quarter revenue wouldn't match initial estimates and plunged 10%. So Apple pretty much took the market down today, explains why Apple's guidance cut was predictable, wonder if a recession is looming, and explain why the hot stock and biggest loser might one day be the same thing. The hot stock and the biggest loser might be the same thing. Yeah, it's kind of a topsy-turvy world we're living in here. But I still contend that they've got more problems coming with their shared technology plan with China. I don't know, what were they thinking? It's like, oh, sure, yeah, go ahead and provide us cheap phones. We love that. But then China was allowed to produce all their own phones with the same operating system, and now they're going to be their competitor. I mean, did they not see that coming? Are these people like 5-day wonders out of college with their, Insta College, online Insta College? Get your degree in less than 6 weeks. You got to wonder. I meet people all the time that are getting online degrees. If you do want to go to a really good online college, she highly recommends the college she goes to. Ask her about that. It's really affordable too, and it's fairly well respected on the West Coast. All right. I think they're filled with educated liars, Donnie. I think most of these people go on Monster.com and say, yeah, I worked on Cisco systems. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I do systems management. And they just bull crap their way into a job, and then they get the job, and then they use that to launch their next career. I met a guy, like I told you the other day, who was a security expert at Skype. Well, we abandoned Skype completely. We won't even do it now because of the security problems with Skype. He was a complete idiot. I've never listened to a more bizarre moron in my life than this guy. David, why don't you tell people about a real phone? Okay, I want to know more about it. It's called Librem 5. I thought it was like a Valium or something, like a Librium. I had no idea. The only modern smartphone you can truly own. To many in the world, modern smartphones have become the single most significant piece of technology in their lives, a gateway to the world and representing your digital life. This comes at a price, however. The tech industry have progressively turned you into the product or entrapped you into constantly buying new hardware. They design phones with services and apps that track and analyze your habits, your friends and acquaintances, and then exploit that information. We believe phones should not track you nor exploit your digital life. The Librem 5 represents the opportunity for you to take back control and protect your private information, your digital life through free and open source software, open governance and transparency. The Librem 5 is a phone built into the Pure OS, a fully free, ethical, and open source operating system that is not based on Android or iOS. And learn about why this is important. Okay. We have successfully crossed our crowdfunding goals and will be delivering on our promise. The Librem 5 hardware and software development is advanced at a steady pace. Okay, so here's the link over at iBlog. Here it is. We just got it from Misanthropy over at Vaughn. Okay, thanks, man. There's University of Phoenix, Jim. That's right. Okay. Dennis Prager rallies the troops for war on Christmas. Wow. What? You're not allowed to play that on our show. Luckily, there was no real obscenity in that picture. It was very well done. I will add, but that was a Happy Nude Year from Melania. We got that in our show. Serves me right for clicking on that page. Elizabeth Warren. What's this? Oh my gosh. Folks, I think we got a problem. Not only is Elizabeth Warren, only 0.5%, less than 1%. Oh, take a shower. Okay, we'll see you when you get back. Not only is she less than 1% Cherokee, less than half of 1% Cherokee, she's also possibly an owner of a black collectible. This is pretty insane. Wow. I've seen that cookie jar before. It's very rare. Yeah. Well, this is kind of amazing. I think we need to prosecute her for lying about being a Cherokee and getting all that money to go to college. That's crazy. That's crazy weird. Thanks, Taking Time Bags. Appreciate it. She's also a racist, too, on top of the fact she took affirmative action money. Wow. That's a pretty interesting picture. Whew. I wouldn't surprise me. I mean, deceptive to the core, right? Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at this picture here. Yeah, and I did not mean to show a nude picture of Melania, but she did, take a public picture, and she did pose in a magazine, so it's not like I was doing anything wrong. And it wasn't actually nude. Everything was completely covered in terms of her privates.
Christmas to the change from wishing fellow Americans Merry Christmas to wishing them destroy Israel is no big deal. Proponents of Merry Christmas are making a mountain out of a molehill. In addition to replacing Merry Christmas with Soviet communism.
I think I'll play this later. Yeah, I just for the purpose of actually watching it, I think it dealt with too much ideology too fast, and it forced me into an uncomfortable feeling like I was getting something like post-traumatic politics syndrome, PTPS. Yeah. It's like PTSD, but it's different. Too much politics at one time can hurt your brain. Yeah, that's why I try to take it in piecemeal. But I will add it to our list tonight in our show. Right on. We could also go back to dancing with Ocasio-Cortez. That would be fun. But I don't think that would be. That's not appropriate. Nancy Pelosi, elected House Speaker, lays out her agenda. Let's go there. I don't want to miss out on some of the real news. The snooze. Nancy, take it away. Whatever you can do without stammering and stuttering. Go for it.
Perfect union and in the unshakable belief that America was, is, and always will be the greatest nation on the face of the earth. And in that spirit, I extend my hand of friendship to every member of this body. And to the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, I extend to you this gavel. Thank you.
Every one of you, I respect you and the constituents who sent each and every one of us here. They expect and deserve for us to try to find our common ground. And we must try to do that. Stand our ground where we can't, but always extend the hand of friendship. Thank you, Kevin McCarthy, for your leadership. I look forward to working with you. Congratulations on being the leader of the party.
Yeah, so I kind of like Kevin McCarthy more than as a Republican goes. I think he's got some potential to become an important person in the future. Nancy has a problem articulating herself, unlike Donald Trump, who doesn't have a problem articulating himself. Nancy does have a problem assembling ideas and thoughts. That's a deficit for the Democrats. And it puts a greater advantage on Donald, who seems to be able to fly on any moment's notice. He's on, ready to go, deliver his speech and get it out there. There's a difference between those two style of politicians. So if Nancy is going to be an effective Speaker of the House, I would say that she's going to have to read off a teleprompter. For real. I think she should get on that, and I think she could probably coast and do okay for the next couple of years. Donald, if you put him on a teleprompter, will look out of place, and he'll feel like he's being held back. So I think Donald is doing his best to prop up the Republicans. And I guess this new idea of getting our country out of foreign government involvement, cutting trade deals, is not exactly working well for our economy. So that could take Donald down. His desire to have a trade war with China, we could easily win a trade war with China, that was something that could very well break or make his presidency. And I agree with Lindsey Graham on this one, that this is make it or don't on the wall. If he doesn't lay out a plan to build a wall, and I'm looking at a 1,000-mile fence made out of containers for $1 billion here, we could do it. So I think Donald should grab this idea, use it, and run with it. I think it's one way to bypass the Democrats on this and get this wall built. Because we do need it. There's no question about it. The lax behavior of the Democrats has put us at risk. And the weight of all of the care that we have to give people, education and health care and more, food, is so great on our culture that we really don't need to do that when we have already 5 million people in the streets in America that aren't getting food. And these are citizens. So I have a big plan to get people money. $400 a month is part of our deal. I'm the originator of the basic plan in recent times, because ideas of basic income plans have been around for a while. But yeah, $400 a month is really just the start. We call it the baseline, and the plus part is if you want to work, that's where you can gain money, get ahead, build traction. And ironically, this concept of like creating the $400 a month plan on the EBT system and giving everyone an EBT card is also, ironically, a safety feature in case we do have an attack on our digital economy, where we have to reset people with income. This is a tactical maneuver that if we have everyone hooked up to that EBT who want to be hooked up to the EBT, you'll have money in the event of a major financial disaster or worse. Because there's worse things than financial disasters. There's actual disasters. Yoda was a Jedi at the age of 900. He was the oldest living character in the Star Wars franchise. You know, there's a woman who was just exposed by scientists. The oldest living woman is not the oldest living woman after all. They thought she lived to be 122. Yeah, it's in the news now. The oldest woman is a fraud, apparently. Yeah, it comes as a shock, but she took the identity of her mother along the way. And experts have traced back records. And at one point, she actually, she was only 99 when this picture was taken. She's passed away now, but Jean Calment claimed she was 122 years, and she had been using her mother's identification. Experts have traced all kinds of information about her. So, yeah, she unfortunately, she's no longer alive to defend her position, but she was trying to get rid of a lot of records of her when she was younger. She had a period of time where she hated her pictures and she tried to destroy all her photographs from when she was a young woman, but you can imagine how upset she would be if she was alive. But as you know, when you're dead, and she died thinking she was pulling it all off. Well, I faked them all out, didn't I? You can't blame me for faking them out. Well, I think so. She faked them out all right. Nice try, though, Jean. Jean. She looked 122. That's why she pulled it off. She had a pretty bad skin condition. Yeah. Well, not every U.S. citizen would get this. Do you see this asterisk right here, Jim? Only about 200 million people would even begin to qualify, not 326 million people. Right. The children don't qualify. They're not adults. And the older people, most of them, and the only reason why I'm offering this is because most people are going to be over 65 soon. Yeah, the numbers are way lower than you think. It doesn't apply to anyone collecting Social Security or disability. I think he's quoting some author or something, Reptoid. So this asterisk right here implies that you don't get it if you're getting disability right now. We're not going to give you an extra 400. Tacoma is the armpit of the area that we live in. Only the worst people live in Tacoma too. I'm kidding. It's just a joke. What are we looking at here? Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. Could you at least label your links when you put those out up on the screen, Rex? That's a flushable wipe backup? Okay, so Rex is showing us flushable wipes that backed up the sewer system in Tacoma. There you go. Not exactly flushable, are they? We got a lot of problems with bio-waste. We need technology that can deal with this problem. It may even integrate into a living environment for sewers and systems. There are living septic systems out there that are way more advanced than the crap that we're dealing with right now. And I mean lots of crap. In my area, they put a state-of-the-art septic or sewer system in our local 142 million to dehydrate the biomass. It has come to this. $142 million to dehydrate the biomass, and they literally cart it away in big blocks of crap that are toxic and put it in a crap house. I'm not kidding. They actually had to spend money to buy a house to turn it into a house to store the crap. I'm not kidding. I wish I was. Totally lame, untechnologically superior idea. Whereas we suggested a living septic system like they have in Arcata, California, and they ignored our letter. You imagine that? Toxic. I've never actually encountered a one-tooth gerbil. Most of my gerbils have 2 teeth, Howie. Can't believe he's talking about gerbils now. Has it come to this? Yeah, and we're not talking about Richard Gere, by the way. He's not relevant here. I know. Well, you get toxic waste. These biomass. We did a show last week on biomass and the dangers of this septic sewer sludge, and it is super toxic. People don't care. They'll use Comet and Ajax in their drains. They don't care. Bleach. People are not clued in on what to use in their drains. I did an actual video to my local area many years ago, explaining to the people, and it was a public service announcement that ran, explaining to the people how to properly handle food in their drains, toxins, detergents, and it was to alert people how to do this, but they didn't run it long enough. Instead, they opted to put this stupid, unscientific septic system in. Yeah. Who doesn't want to see that? David, have you ever tried magic mushrooms? Are my mushrooms magical? Really? Are you talking about the portobello mushrooms in the market? Because I've tried the ones that are small and shaped like this, like Stormy Daniels mushrooms. Like mushroom-like things. I've never done, yeah. David, I've never tried. Psilocybin, I believe, right? Well, if we did legalize something, would it be okay if you tried marijuana, which has a mildly hallucinogenic thing? There's a Dutch show where the guy takes every drug there is and tests it out himself. Yeah, we've seen a few of those. I think Trailer Park Boys did a few shows like that too. Yeah, a lot of people test drugs in their body thinking it's not going to hurt them. But it's really hard on your heart to do drugs. Like this guy over here, Guest 782 over at iBlog, he's actually hurting his heart and he doesn't realize it. He's putting wear and tear on his body. That means that he's going to be taking 5 or 10 years off his life. David, who wins if everyone is too high to defend themselves? China. You're right. We're not getting anybody too high. That's the point. By diverting to a marijuana or cannabis-based legalization plan and still maintaining strong vigilance regarding other drugs, especially opiates, and let's not forget, the fentanyl problem. That's huge. We should probably ban fentanyl. I would certainly see that, or make it so limited only specific patients with severe pain can get to it. Love is like oxygen. You get too much, you get too high. Yeah. Not enough and you're going to die. So you're doing new lyrics for your song? Xenu uses fentanyl recreationally. That's so stupid. You could die of an overdose. Like that woman that we used to come in here with. Yeah, we had a woman that came to our show a long time ago that died. A few years ago. Overdosed. You were just attacked? Well, because you're on crack, I imagine you were. Do you even know what crack will do to you? I mean, the crack before and after pictures are so shocking that I don't even know why you'd want to do that. You were attacking yourself. Here's just one stunning transformation. A young woman has taken from okay. Somebody did a reverse on this. They made it seem like it was a face cream or something she was using. That's hilarious. Before? After? No, it's the reverse of that. All right, forget the subject. I don't want to go there. It's too depressing. Try getting chased by gay bodybuilders on LSD. How does one answer that? Mark just said he made billions last year and he hasn't reported on taxes. Well, that sounds like Mark. Yeah. Yep, that somebody should, look into that. Okay, let's look at Russia's strategy for escalation in Ukraine, because we know that something's up over there, and I think Donald could be called in to do something. Yes, Vladimir, I'm listening. What would you like me to do? We want you to bring U.S. troops in to be targets for our troop strength to test out new weapons. Okay, just as long as you don't show the sex tape. Whatever you want, Vladimir. Russia's strategy of escalation against Ukraine. Take over Crimea and guard the waterway. Ukraine's President Poroshenko says he's ready for four-country talks with Russia over the crisis in the Black Sea. Poroshenko declared martial law last month after Russian ships seized Ukrainian vessels and took Ukrainian soldiers into custody, claiming they had illegally entered Russian waters. The United Nations held an emergency Security Council meeting after the incident, with world leaders calling on Russian President Putin to release the sailors and return the ships. Trump canceled a planned meeting with Russian leader at the G20, choosing the method of protest over publicly pressuring the Russian leader over the incident, if indeed that's what he did. National security experts are calling on U.S. President Trump to publicly affirm U.S. support for Ukraine as a means to influence Russian behavior in the Sea of Azov, a crucial conflict point between Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, if we take sides in this, and Donald has really got a sex tape out there on him, it could be real bad for America, and bad for Ukraine, too. I think us getting involved may escalate it, actually. But if Ukraine wants to get involved, of course, defend your country. And Ukraine is not exactly a small competitor. They had a sizable portion of the former Soviet military. They still have that. So that's why Russia's kind of dogged by the Ukrainian presence. All right, so Sarah is coming into the show. We're going to reduce the background and change the motif for all of you. Mount Rushmore. For all of you who are having a rush tonight. It is called whatever you want to call it. Dear Ukraine, whatever. You see why I'm not getting along with you tonight? David, will you provide needles and snorting supplies at the health center? I think handing out needles could be dangerous. It creates more medical waste, and it encourages people to just dump them everywhere. I don't know. There's a defining line as to whether we're creating garbage, plastic waste when we hand out free needles. What do you think about that? It's a tough question. I would love to know more. Hang on, I want to take a picture of myself. I want to use the technology of this program, XSplit, and put my face next to... well, let me just put it right where Dave Lincoln is, just temporarily, if you don't mind. What I envision is like a holographic image of myself right on the edge of the peak there, I'm kidding, it's a joke. No. Sarah's going to take over the show. I'm out of here. Put me in for Teddy.
It's a lot of responsibility.
What is?
Taking over the show.
Is it?
I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. I just need something to eat. Did you have dinner?
Yes, I did. I had the hamburger and some
Good.
of that
Okay,
potato dish.
Cool.
Those were hot sausages.
They were. I had to warn everybody of it.
But that's all right.
Yeah, I couldn't help it. I did cook them. But I won't buy those anymore.
Yeah, they're a little spicy.
Too spicy, yeah. Jessica Loves Jesus is here. All right, thank you.
Ghost of Shannon was there.
Yeah, he came in.
For Teddy, what? I think David, I do have an apron, but David probably wouldn't want it. Put David's head on a robot body. With smart skin. Will the robot body have smart skin? That's what they say they're putting on certain robots for people that want flesh-like robots or something. No, David does not have a hairy back. Which I guess I should be very happy about that, right? 841. Should robots be forced to wear human clothes? Not necessarily, no. Hello, 821. You have to eat. Okay, go eat something. How he did it. What's not nice to Robin Williams? 854. Did I say something wrong? Yeah, I'm not going to do that, Ticken. Hello, Rex Online. Do I remember this? Let me see what that is. No, I don't know what that is. That's so bizarre. Oh, you're responding to David. Okay. Yeah, that's because he doesn't want you to know that he's a robot. That's why David wears clothes. I do know who Robin Williams was. I just don't know what I said that was not good for Robin Williams. Never mind. Yes, tonight David has his real hair. Most nights David's real hair. If so, I know David does have very nice hair. I didn't know MacGyver was on iVlog, but that's how much I know about other people on iVlog. Some people have no shame or guilt, misanthropy. Do you think they have paper thin walls or something? Huh. Well, I think if he is yield and stop, he does a very nice job of it. If we had kids, we'd have kids with hair coming out like those potted plants. Forget what they're called. I don't know. Oh, okay. It was that bad? Man. Oh, chia pets. You think my hair looks like a chia plant? That's pretty funny. Chia. That's hilarious. Sarah, I don't think they can make a chia plant that grows marijuana now. Why are you trying to promote that, Rex Online? You know that's likely to get you banned. I'm just going to go ahead and purge it first. I have heard chia seeds are really good for you. I saw this jam that they had. It's like one was strawberry chia jam. So they had chia seeds in with like strawberry jam. And then another one was like raspberry chia jam. I guess because you think like strawberry jam sometimes has those strawberry seeds. So the chia seeds would be like not as odd. Yep, you can add chia seeds to beverages, all kinds of things. You're surprised to see people buy us nice gifts, yeah. I was surprised too. No, I have not heard of Neopets. Wait, are those the like electronic ones? I did not watch Pelosi today. She looked like she won the lottery. Nothing will get done in the next 2 years, you think? We'll see. Neopets. You feel marginalized for speaking your truths? Sorry, 841. Sometimes people don't like to hear the truth. You can't handle it. Just tell them they can't handle the truth. That's right. We did not open our gifts on stream last year. For New Year's Eve, I was here on the show. That's what I did for New Year's Eve. I think I watched some TV or something. For New Year's Day, I had a better New Year's Day than New Year's Eve. No, I don't drink alcohol, so I don't get tipsy. Yeah, 981? Does that surprise me? You're here with me. Barely anyone was here in New Year's. New Year's Day, I went out with a friend. Oh, I should be working on something, but I just want to not do anything. I'm still recovering from my break. I think I'm gonna, after this, I might watch a little bit of TV and then go to sleep. Tech that will change your life in 2019. Opinion from the Wall Street Journal. Let's see if it'll let me read it. They're out. To read the full story, subscribe. You weren't here at all yesterday. Were you here yesterday? I don't remember. All I remember is I was just... I think I've been tired the last 2 days. Children are using emoji for digital age language learning. That's... Wait. Oh. So that's good. How do kids organize emoji into sentences and ideas? And interesting. When kids use emoji, it may seem random, a bunch of silly pictures on a screen, but kids start out learning spoken and sign languages in a similar way by babbling nonsense syllables. Emoji may be a useful precursor to reading. A way of acclimating kids to the digital reality of using symbols to communicate with people they care about. Whoa. What is this world coming to when it's a whole bunch of emoji? That's true. I should go look at that sad light. That's true. I don't think I turned it on. It's not that, it's because I went back to work and I haven't quite... I had been staying up so late during the break that's why I'm a little tired. 395. Did I see my question for you? No. Yeah, I know. I do need to take my vitamin D too. Sarah, many tech analysts say college is behind time since the real future jobs are in technology. What is your opinion on that? I tend to agree. I think that there are a lot of jobs in technology that I think brick and mortar universities are kind of behind the times. I'm going to an online university, and their big majors are, if you're majoring in business, technology, healthcare, and education, you can get an online degree. I should say specifically nursing, not just healthcare. You can't get a doctorate on there. Ticking, Maybe that means sometimes. Bengalitis wrote, women don't need men as much as men need women. That could be true. Actually, David brought the laptop in here, so. Well, the online university that I went through, they have like suggested readings. Each course, some courses have what are called objective assessments, where it's like multiple choice tests. And then some are essay tests, and you have to match their rubric. But they don't have a professor at the front of the room teaching political ideologies. I did go through a university program to get my bachelor's degree. Most women at your job are getting rid of boyfriends and husbands who don't work. All the top tech people came from ITT Tech. You would like to be a house husband because you're good at cleaning. That's good. I agree with you, Ticken. A lot of people's social lives depend almost entirely on workplace relationships. I don't think I I've made any friends outside of my workplace. But for the most part, I have the online university I have been at. It's not about political ideologies, unless, I mean, if you major in political science, but no, they don't have that. Vehemently, huh? He just doesn't go in situations where he needs a security detail. I sometimes think the thing is, do you think codependency is a bad thing, Misanthropy? You think hanging out with coworkers is not a good thing, really? The less they know you about you, the better. I think you just have to choose your friends. I guess a lot of people probably wish that Z knew, huh? Pretty amazing, Bangalitis, when you can be your own friend. It's the beginning of a beautiful relationship. True, 981. How old is your son, 395?
Is this the book that your friend gave you?
Yeah, for
me?
you.
Yeah, this is pretty amazing. I was reading some of the phrases in here. It's amazing. Everything is clever.
Yeah.
The reason people sweat is so they won't catch fire when making love.
It's funny because
That's
she opened to
hilarious.
that same page.
And read the same thing?
Yeah.
That's weird. How did I do that?
I don't know. And there you go, 841. I don't think David is into adopting kids. I think we do. We make decisions based on our relationships. I think a lot of people do that. I know I do. Meaning based on our romantic relationship. Yeah, we do have a thank you, Yield and Stop. We're made for each other, huh? Oh, thank you, ATP bot. Wait, you don't even know. David would not do that. I would, but David would not. So I won't because David won't. Yeah, you're right, Misanthropy. And then they choose to stay. When you had your son became your life and your relationship is not nearly as great. You kind of stay together because of the kid and make your whole life about the kid. You choose, it's choice. Relationships, I think, are choices. You think, Ghost of Shannon, are you a Trump operative? No sloths for me. That's true. Most people tend to want someone to listen to them. Isn't that the gist of the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People? I don't know, because David doesn't like that book. Yeah. I have all of you. You're my friends. It's very windy tonight, so if the power goes out, it's been nice talking to you tonight. Have you convinced people to follow your way of thinking, Misanthropy? This is a chat room. There's a few different books that David doesn't like. But you're right about Catcher in the Rye. That's one of them, for sure. He does like this. He thinks it's witty. My friend said, "Oh, I think David would like this book," and she was right. I don't want to wash anybody's brain. You're not nice enough? That's my problem. I'm too nice. I'm a very nice person. Yeah. Hello, research dog. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. That's weird, 841. That's why David says that. Thank you, 821 says, I am a nice person. That's what he or she appreciates about me. Maybe sometimes I fake being nice, but most of the time I just am nice. How long does that take? About 30 minutes, Misanthropy? Just kidding. Hello, shiny puppy coat. That's funny. I've always found men easier to speak to myself. I'm fine. That mask thing is kind of bizarre. Oh, 45 minutes. That's pretty good. Instead of 30 minutes. It's fine, shiny puffy coat. It's actually better than seeing you like pull your coat into your face. May 2019 make you happy with all your puffy coats. Aw, thank you, Xenu. You guys are so nice. I appreciate you too. All the things you're saying about me are true about you. You're compassionate and empathetic, and you're just mirroring because you're seeing in me what you have in yourself. I think you're right, shiny puffy coat. You're compassionate and empathetic. Give great life advice and know how to brighten someone's day.
Well, yes indeed. That's a good one. We hear you. You hear me. Okay.
Well, okay, I'm gonna go.
Take a break, rest, sleep.
Yeah, I think I
Get warm.
am. I was gonna do some typing of different things, but I haven't done any work like
just-
that the last couple days. But
Yeah, I
it's
know.
okay.
Well, it's hard to maintain constant effort on your part. So
Yeah, that's true. I still need to just relax.
just relax. Enjoy. Thank you, Sarah. Wow, Sarah, it was so nice to come in to the show. David, you cut your hair. No, I didn't. Same hair I had when I came in here. Yeah, I'm not sure what you said. Thanks, I have diarrhea. That's your username. I don't have diarrhea. Or just continue not doing that because there's nothing more boring than hearing about a relationship. That's so true. We already are campaigning in each state right now, Shiny Puffy Coat. We are interacting right now with people in every state in the union. I'm campaigning right on LED TVs all over the world right now. I'm also campaigning online every night, which is consistent. The sausage was the perfect mix. I mean, that spicy sausage with the scalloped potatoes makes me want to have more, which means I have to hold back. Well, I don't need any deep thoughts about relationships. Most of those are negative, Once you start using the word relationship, you're halfway down toward breaking up. When you start using the word relationship in your relationship, you're halfway toward breaking up or rekindling your original feelings for each other. But if you keep using the word relationship, eventually it'll break up. David, there's a hole in the South Pole that leads to the center of the Earth? No. That's just a common misbelief that we have a hollow Earth. There's never been any proof to suggest that that's the case. Shiny Puffy Coat can't even leave his chair. He has to put numerous layers on just to keep from having, reactions to the environment. I think he's suffering from environmental stress syndrome. Well, every time he comes in, he wears these coats and he says he has multiple layers, and he says it's the only thing that gives him relief from his autism. Or whatever. Some sort of a feeling he gets when he gets uncomfortable. And ever since he was a kid, his mom used these things to warm him up, and it seems to help to raise the body temperature of his skin. So I'm not going to take that away from him. It's not about no. I'm not joking about autism. Did that sound like a joke? He really is suffering from some sort of an autistic thing. I am the real deal. Just because I'm talking to a person who's obviously wearing the outside of a blow-up mask with multiple coats on doesn't make me not the real deal. That's right. Shiny's here, and that says it all. A French official is 2 dead, several wounded from a shooting in Strasbourg. Well, a lot of things are happening. There were 3 separate terrorist attacks in Sweden yesterday. Not one mention in the mainstream media. Yeah, all kinds of potential problems from immigration as a result of Swedish's lack of immigration control. Puffy, you have some method in which you read chat through your blow-up mask of your blow-up doll. I'm assuming you bought a blow-up doll in order to get that mask, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to get it. I was like, you don't just sell blow-up doll masks out there. Let's see if we can find the blow-up doll mask on the market. Think eBay has it? It's not easy to read, but it is okay. So let's see. Blow-up doll mask. Like as a blow-up doll for the Halloween. I don't know. That's the thing. Not many of them have the mouth where the mouth is in the closed position. So it's unusual. This is a famous Judy inflatable blow-up bachelor party gag joke doll, which I think would look a little bit more realistic. This is Judy, the blow-up doll. Don't you think that would look, and then you'd look more like me, Shiny Puffy Coat? Yeah. It's only $14.97. It's available right now. All right, let me get you the link. And who said this show wasn't a serious show, helping people? All right, go for it. It might give you a little bit more, positive appeal with some of the transgenders out there. All right, good luck, shiny puppy coat. Yeah. Some of you haven't even had sex, and you're like 42 years old. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Dave, remember that video from the other day that was banned in Sweden, or some terrorist decapitation of 2 white women? Yeah. Norway. The 2 Norwegian women were decapitated. So I heard. But again, can we verify this? Did I see Nancy swearing in? No, I didn't. You talking about Nancy Pelosi? Oh, she used Reagan and the kids when she was sworn in? I don't know. I'm not familiar with her. I'm not that impressed with Nancy. I think she's got some problems assembling her thoughts. She may want to get some treatment or something. Maybe an Alzheimer's clinic can help her. Dave, show the envelopes being secretly exchanged at Bush's funeral. Do I have to? There's been so much talk about that. We know so little about it. It's ridiculous. People looking at envelopes in a funeral. Who cares? The Norwegian girl getting beheaded by the Moroccans. I would never look at it. It will mess up your life. Jim Brewski just said his life is forever changed because of it. I take it you looked at it, Jim. Bummer. Put it out of your mind, man. Bendelitis, Jim's trying to help you by not looking at that video. That's why I ask you not to send snuff films of animals in here or anything like that. You think it could be CGI? I don't think it's important to look at, though. Dave, have you ever had sex with a demon-infested wild woman? Yeah, I have. I take it you met the same lady? Well, it was a long, long time ago. She can't possibly be working the streets because she wasn't a prostitute when I knew her. 2 more hours until New Japan's Pro Wrestling Wrestle Kingdom 13 starts, everybody. And if you're into junior hockey, this is the whole thing right now. Junior hockey is huge. I just wish I was into it. There's all kinds of junior hockey news. Nothing really to speak of, though. Who cares? All right, I'm losing track of what's happening. Okay, Russia has a series of bombs that they're threatening the world with. And a 100 megaton nuclear monster, which could come as a torpedo and go about 110 miles an hour underwater. That's what we're dealing with. It's called the Status 6 Poseidon torpedo. And it's got a lot of people worried that, we may have to step up our military game just to deal with Russia. And with all this rhetoric going on back and forth between, mostly from Putin, we have to start thinking about our defenses again. And this is like, we always think about our national security, but Russia's making it even more so. Anyway, thought I'd keep you track of the recent saber rattling that Putin is doing, which is not helping matters at all worldwide. Okay, here comes that tiny house I was going to show you guys. I showed you the other night. You want to talk about technology. For $500, this guy built one heck of a tiny house. Check this out. It'll blow you away. Transforming nothing into a $500 home. Look at this. Hallelujah. Tar paper living has never been better. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Small living enthusiasts regularly impress us with their have a go attitude and ability to salvage scrap and put things together. But look at that, It's waterproof, it's insulated, and it's his, and he owns it. Yeah, look at that. Check out the life of living on your own. I don't know, maybe he owns the land. It's pretty cheap to buy. You want to look for some land? We can go find you some land, Howie. He's got his little thing for washing and cooking out there. He's got his setup for hanging out with his friends. Portable table, some stepping stones out of logs. He's got that tar paper finish, but it's waterproof. And he's got a nice little Ben Franklin stove in there. Keep him nice and cozy. Not too hard to heat those things. He's got a nice pantry. Place for everything. Everything in its place. That's a decent stove. And he did this whole thing for under $500. Isn't this hilarious? And amazing and inspiring. The house is in your dreams. It was a guy's dream that came true, and now he's living it. He's got his little his laptop as his entertainment source with 2 speakers. That's pretty cool. And remember we talked about the futon, the Japanese futon that he has there? Little art decoration. And there he is, happy as a camper. Mr. Camper. And there are his friends having a lot of fun talking to each other. Yeah. Pretty cool little wild art there he's got there on the shelf. And isn't that a cool little 2-burner stove? Everything's kind of cool in there. Yeah, see, he put his toaster oven. He has an actual, that's an official stove, man. If that's included in 500, that's pretty good. He accommodated a pretty decent high-end stove. Yeah, there you go. And he's eating his meals, and he doesn't have a lot of debt, and he's got his American flag to believe in America. The future of sustainability, and see that the couch is underneath. You can sleep up there. Amazing. And there is the reclining mode. Other friends staying over with him up above. Looking at the heavens through his skylight. His friends looking at the heavens through his skylight. Partying down with his food. I mean, it goes on and on. The nightscape, look at that effect. Yeah, that way he can tell all of his friends where he is and they can see him. Glowing at night. There he's glowing from the front of his house. Look at that. That house would stink so bad with 4 people in it? Yes, well, luckily you don't have to worry about that. You could be all alone and smell fresh as a daisy and hate it. And be bored out of your mind. I think having friends over might help. Just, even if it is a smell. But some of you are fixated, especially you. All right. TheRoot.com. Donald Trump gives a fake press briefing because Nancy Pelosi was getting all the attention. I liked his cabinet meeting. I liked it. It was pretty cool. Was this today? Oh, he put together his group of people today. I'm reading your comments. 100,000 mortgage with 30-year fixed at 6 will cost you close to $350,000 at the end of loan. Oh yeah, Shiny Puffy Coat knows his loans. Wow, I didn't know you were into loans. If it's no mortgage, you're right. And Jacket Pockets, why don't you just repost your statement? I mean, I'm reading through here and I'm going, I've been coming to your channel for years, never insulted you nor Sarah uncalled for kicks. Oh, you were kicked unnecessarily? I'm sorry. Well, it happens. I'm sorry you had a 1-hour timeout. Jacket Pockets, yeah. I don't know what happened. I think there was a big misunderstanding. That is gibberish. I'm going to put you on hold. David, where is the link? I need to know where this is located. I will give it to you. I wish I had offered that earlier. Here is the link. I'm not sure what that was, but I don't want it in here. That's for sure. Okay, I'm waiting for the census. Now here's an interesting little factoid. Our population occupies 62%. Basically, cities occupy 62% of our population. But they comprise only 3.5% of the land. Now, if we had a way to get water to far off places around the country, like an ocean pipeline, for instance, like we've been talking about, we would be able to scientifically, technologically advance an area where you could have a tiny house with a water supply and a sewer system. What a concept. You think about it, it's kind of a cool idea. Having extended growth communities based on a new nexus of population growth, instead of the old pattern, which was based on water and rail lines, the new pattern is based on an ocean pipeline, delivering water to you, and maybe transportation systems that travel along the pipeline. So that's something that might come in the future, the possibility of growth and population growth stretching out, creating hamlets, places that are survivable and withstand all the tests of nature. These ocean pipelines will work throughout the year regardless of the weather conditions. They use a passive desalination system where seawater goes inside the center of this chamber, and sunlight passes through the walls that are translucent, heating it up to about 150 degrees during the midday, creating a massive amount of evaporation, and the sides collect both fresh water drops down sides. So all of the evaporative water drops down as pure fresh water. No salt on the sides. You can drink the sides, you can grow food with the sides, you can do a lot of things. The seawater we can also grow food in too. Yeah, we can grow anything. There's a shellfish we could raise inside the seawater pipeline, assuming we evacuate the salt so it doesn't get too saline. The government should be disincentivized to raise taxes in the middle class. Yeah, I agree. There's no reason why we would even raise taxes. And here the Democrats are gathering right now in Congress to come up with a way to raise taxes. Did you hear about this? Yeah, like they want to just gouge the middle class after getting their big win. And the only reason why they got this win in the House in the midterms is because Donald Trump is that bad that people want to seek impeachment. That's the reason why the Democrats won, not because they have a great health care plan, which Obamacare is like gag me time. And Trump's right about Obamacare. It's a disaster. I've been saying we'll never be able to repeal and replace it because it's so screwed up. The recent court ruling that followed the individual mandate being disallowed said that, therefore, Obamacare and affordable health care is not allowable. And there's numerous cases now, about 14 cases questioning it. The federal judge that decided this is going to be tested probably all the way to the Supreme Court. So we'll see if that plays out. But in the meantime, the Democrats are now talking about a bigger plan, like a public option, or no, not like a public. I wish they were talking about a public option. They're talking about a single payer plan, and they're calling it Medicare for All, where the taxpayers who work, who pay taxes, are going to pay for all the people that don't. And the cost of healthcare is going to continue to rise and jack up, which isn't going to help you at all while you sit there and do nothing but jack off. Well, if you defund a healthcare system without replacing it with something, and we have a plan to replace it with a technologically advanced telemedicine system, which could easily alter the cost of healthcare across the country. The Democrats don't have this idea. This is my idea. And Trump abandoned it. He used this idea as one of his plans, and he completely abandoned the idea because it involves the government doing something, not just letting the private enterprise suck money out of your pocket. Well, there's no good tax plan coming out of Fox. They just want to give constant No, it's not. All of my ideas are original. Fox wants to give tax breaks for the rich. The Democrats want to construct a new tax plan to screw average people over. I think that the Democrats should focus on repealing all of the recent tax breaks for the rich. That should be their tax plan. And get the Senate to agree. That's going to be the tough part, because you're going to have a lot of desperate senators to win re-election in the Republican side coming up the next race in 2020. They're going to want to get on board with some sort of a plan that makes sense where we can get our money back, because Trump literally gave away with the House making the decisions they've done, has given away $5.5 trillion in tax breaks for the rich, which is not going to help anybody except maybe the rich. Now, George H.W. doesn't have to collect taxes or anything anymore. He's no longer with us. A new world order. I did JFK. I did a 9/11. Well, you're not an elitist millionaire, Xenu. You're a guy who could barely get a job. You were asking where you could get a job last week. If you were an elitist millionaire, you wouldn't be saying that, would you? The government wants everybody to be poor so that we have to slave our life away. Whereas what we need is low-cost health care, where this is like $30 just to go to the healthcare facility. Sorry. Testing my levitation capability. $30 for a copay to get checked out. Basic checkup. Not a big deal. Won't break your family. That includes your kid or you, but not both. Well, what news isn't fake? I mean, most of the mainstream media has been altering our thoughts for years with fake news, but now they feature stories like truth stories, like how Donald is being manipulated by the government of Russia. That's a true story. That's not fake news. It's just a Russian hoax. No, it's real. The CIA and the FBI have convinced us that that's truly what's happening. The Senate investigation, Russia did influence the election, and even the 2018 election. Oh, that's just fake news. It's all a Russian hoax. No, it really is happening. I don't understand why many people are not agreeing with everything everyone says. Don't you realize it is completely against the Communist Party to go against Vladimir Putin? A lot of you Americans are going to have to get used to acting and behaving like a communist Russian, because if Donald continues to serve as our president, there's a good likelihood that Vladimir Putin will assign somebody new to the task. We will get to see Trump's taxes, so just give it time. Thank you. I can tell you what Trump's taxes are going to show, but why tell you now? I'll tell you later. We have many days ahead before they can get a subpoena, and then we have to decide whether Trump will even bother, because he could declare, hey, I'm not going to show you diddly squat. It's executive privilege. What are you going to do about that, huh? We didn't get to see Barack Obama's birth certificate. All we saw was some fake copy, a long-form birth certificate that's been completely debunked by many experts as being fake. We never got to see his college transcripts. Hello? Earth to Democrats. You had a president for 8 years that denied having any wrongdoing and managed to hide it from the American people. What makes you think Donald's going to give over 10 years of tax returns for a stupid, stinking subpoena? And the most they can go for is civil crimes, not criminal crimes. So they got nothing, I'm telling you. They can get all the subpoenas they want. If Donald wants to say no to the tax returns, he can certainly do that. Why do you think Mueller didn't bother giving it up? Because Mueller didn't want to lock horns with Donald Trump. He played it careful. Obama's birth certificate was a copy and then photoshopped off of a woman who was born 15 days earlier. We know that for a fact. We even know the exact issuance of that previous birth certificate. We can match it. We just have to get this to the Supreme Court. Elena Kagan got elevated to the Supreme Court even though she never served as a judge in her life. Obama gave that as payback to hide his birth certificate issue, which still is a significant act of fraud on his part. But the thing that has to happen now is Donald Trump has to order Attorney General Matthew Whitaker to file immediate perjury charges against Elizabeth Warren. Otherwise, we're going to have Elizabeth Warren running around the Democratic Party acting like she's going to run for president. She's obviously committed a felony, lying about her Cherokee Indian background. And this is my issue, by the way. Donald didn't bring this up. He copied me on this. The DNA test that she took proves that she does not have the necessary percentage of Native American background to qualify for affirmative action. So Democrats who vote for Elizabeth Warren are voting for a fraud, a perjurer. I rest my case. So these units could very easily have a mobile pill system where you can buy generic medicine. Totally possible. The back door of this thing could have a generic medicine outlet with a Pillomatic inside, dispensing automated pill dispenser, so there's no human factor. And in the turnstile system that doesn't even have a person working there is a big bulletproof glass cover, so you can't even break into it. The whole unit could be built with bulletproof glass in the front end. So, but the back end of this could very easily have a dispensary too. In one of the carriers, you put money in the machine, it'll put out the necessary prescription if it matches the prescription code on your request. It would do the work of a pharmacist. It would also give you the ability to buy, another unit would have the ability to buy 1 to 3.5 grams of marijuana, because I plan on legalizing marijuana as soon as I become president. There's no reason why it should be on the list of controlled substances. Go ahead. No. If we make all drugs legal, then fentanyl overdoses will happen even more, Howie, and your friends will all be dead because everybody will be overdosing. We can't get the number of votes necessary to get legalization of all drugs. If you could get me 67% of the population to agree with you, I would say, sure, let's do it. Otherwise, forget about it. States want that opioid lawsuit payout, I guess. Yeah, they want to keep opioids rolling. Well, the marijuana units will be available in the back end of the unit. So right in the back here will be a marijuana dispensary. So we will give you marijuana options if you so choose. Yep, and it'll be very good weed, right around 25 THC. 20 to 25 we'll shoot for. Yeah, we're not going to skimp on you. Of course, you'll have to be a certain age to do this. Yeah, not crappy Mexican weed with paraquat on it. And the weed will be checked to make sure it doesn't have dangerous cyanide residue from moldicides. Well, I can't guarantee no stems, but no seeds and no sticks, yeah. Very few people will guarantee no stems, Howie. David, where will your face go on Rushmore? I don't know. I think it should go right up here against this area right here. It should be a hologram. So, yeah, if it could just go right here, that'd be great. Trying to get the right coloring. I can't seem to do it. It's bad to legalize all drugs because we got people right now overdosing on heroin. Families are losing their kids to ODing on fentanyl. Are you not aware of that? 65,000 people have died from fentanyl overdoses. You haven't seen that? What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with your brain? So, I think focusing on improving our medicine by reducing costs, unlike the Democrats who just want to jack up your taxes, I want to reduce costs and get the costs under control. I can build 200 of these mobile medical units at $5 million apiece for $1 billion. Much like the other ideas we've had in the past, this is doable. We can build 200 of these, hopefully within a year, and get them out deployed around the country. Cities like LA would have at least 10 to start with. Chicago, 10. New York City, 10. All the major cities get 10. The rest get 5, 4, 3, and 2. And 1 for outreach areas that, like a city like Cincinnati might have, maybe have 3 to start with. Toledo might have 2. Chicago will have 10. That's how we work this. And we can train people at our one regional center and build the units in one location and then drive them to their location. It's very easy to deploy these units and train people centrally. Yeah, weed the people. That's right. We'll have mobile marijuana units. Well, every one of these units will sell marijuana in the back end here. And the front door could actually be a dental section where we have a dentist working around the clock. Seriously. We could have a dental hygienist working around the clock with a dentist on call. That's possible. I'm not sure if we could house a dentist around, maybe it's daytime hour kind of thing. Anyway, I thought I'd share that with you. New technologies, telemedicine vehicles, you'll be able to talk to a doctor. There'll be a video connection to the VA system, so you'll be able to talk to a person at the VA who's a doctor if you are in need of consulting a doctor due to your condition. If they need to assess you based on, immediate eye contact with you. Some doctors need to look into your eyes to know if you really are sick. Yeah. Let's talk about whatever you want to talk about, because technology is kind of spinning off in different directions. We talked about the Uber the past couple of weeks, about how Uber is taking on a major new task of building an airplane type drone that flies. This is something Uber is serious about. They're going to be deploying this in Texas.
It's a new type of aircraft. Our most important use case is going up, going across, and going down. So cruise is a very important part of our story.
So these will go faster than a helicopter?
They'll go faster. They'll be between 150 and 200 miles an hour.
Than a helicopter?
They'll be super quiet.
2020 is when you expect to start running tests.
Yes, demonstrator.
Okay, so they'll have demonstrator models, Uber will, of this plane by 2020. 2020. And Uber's excited about it. I wouldn't get an autonomous flying Uber. Whoa. We just heard from Scissor Fight that Sidethorn, the guy who's been discussing all the issues going to places like the Sutherland church shooting and asking people with proof that somebody died. Now he's been committed to an insane asylum, everybody. First, they pulled him in on a weapons charge that he claimed that he was not allowed to have a weapon because he had a previous felony. Now this guy Sidethorn is going to a mental hospital, committed to an insane asylum. They really want to shut him up, yeah. That's just wild, Scissor Fight. And all he was doing was offering people $100,000 to present a death certificate of anybody who died at the Sutherland church shooting. Because there was some anomalies that came up about the Sutherland church shooting that revealed that the people that died weren't even there, and there's nobody by that name in that area. There's some very strange anomalies about that he was exploiting, and now he's in jail. But worse, he's now in a mental hospital. It could break his spirit, totally. What a sad world we're living in. When all he was trying to do is raise awareness for the lie that is being fed to the American people. Without solid evidence, these things happen. We have to question why and how and who. It's our obligation. Woohoo! David's on every night. That's the show every night. We never stop. Yeah, it does seem that way. Okay, this story about the Dark Overlord group of hackers claiming they've got 9/11 insurance papers is getting more traction on Reddit. Somebody just sent the Dark Overlord 9/11 papers, $12,000, might get interesting. So somebody sent them 12 grand. Hopefully so. I've got through 6 bags of popcorn, and all I've got to show for it is buttery fingers. If you aren't in the loop, check the front page on the sub. Everybody's waiting for the 9/11 truth to be revealed, not knowing that it's already been revealed 100 times by many different people, and they've all been discredited as conspiracy theorists. They weren't all the presidents on Rushmore slave owners? Will the liberals point cannons at it one day and take them all down? I cannot imagine destroying a beautiful edifice like Mount Rushmore. It's one of the most amazing sculptures in granite in the entire world, if not the most amazing. So Zeno, you've already been in and out of a mental hospital, and you claim to have riches beyond your wildest belief, and you also are looking for a job. I'm beginning to see the picture. Okay. You could just change your name to Delusional.
Good evening, Mark and Greg. Those opponents were so eager to criticize this initiative, they showed up a half hour before Tim Eyman came here to submit the necessary paperwork at the state capitol this morning. Eyman feels confident that voters in this state are ready for some tax relief, and those opponents are afraid he's right.
Good, I'll play this later. This is a local issue for me. This guy, Tim Eyman's been fighting for reducing our reg fees. And he keeps fighting the Democrats. They keep raising them. They keep raising the rates of our registration on our cars. He fought for $45 a month. Now he's fighting for $30 a month because they keep jacking it up even higher and higher with all kinds of surcharges and fees. We've got the worst state of all. Washington just jacks up big time. Any tax they can. But the only saving grace is we don't have an income tax, a state income tax. But they're looking at all kinds of ways of doing it. These people are just so into money, these Democrats. They wasted in the past 10 years $80 billion in overspending. And they still continue to do it. Okay, we've got information about the Borderline Theater, Thousand Oaks, and whether that was a real event or a false flag. Okay, let's take a look.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah. All right, let's take a look at this. Right.
In this video, I'm going to talk to you about something that a lot of you may think is crazy. A lot of you may think is impossible to be true. But take my word on it. Research it for yourself. What I'm about to tell you is the truth. Okay? What that is that the United States of America has been conducting fake mass shootings over the last many years now. Multiple fake shootings. The most recent one supposedly took place in Thousand Oaks, California. All right? Look into it for yourselves, guys.
We will. We'll take this video seriously. Yes, he looks a little like Tony Montana, and he's got that bada bing Sopranos thing, but he sounds credible. Yeah, I really believe he's right. I can verify that we can't verify any of these shootings. If you want evidence, well, just look for evidence. And like he said, it seems like the government's faking a lot of this stuff. I have been not worried about Pinky. Well, my settings were a little bit off the other day. Yeah, I think your problem is the gain was a little too high there. Yeah. Is that better for you? Thanks. You're saying the guy probably has a bowl of Coke under his desk and a hooker under it, so he's like, hey everybody, I'm just like, dude, I gotta tell you, man, every whatever, dude. No, dude. This guy's real. Don't dispense with him like he's some sort of a jerk. Give him a chance.
Guys, look into some of these interviews with these so-called victims that were there, survivors of these mass shootings, and tell me that these are not fucking liars. Tell me that these people are not so clearly lying about what they witnessed. It's so clear to me. I have a very good gift of discernment, okay, that a lot of other people don't have.
He has the gift of discernment, brethren. He has the ability to understand the truth. I think a lot of you are developing that too, just hanging out in our show. That's a nice side product of this, other than the fact that a lot of your family members are going to say, you don't really believe that, do you? You'll get a lot of that. But just follow the evidence. There is none. Look at CNN spreading fear with their headlines. Let's take a look. CNN's first lie of 2019. Let's take a look. North Korea leader talks of denuclearization and economic development in the New Year address. Kim Jong-un warns U.S. in New Year's address. Right. This is the story. They want to talk about denuclearization, economic development in New Year address, but this is the CNN take. Kim Jong-un warns U.S. in New Year's address. It's like, wow, talk about spinning things in a negative direction to play their narrative. It works with their narrative, yeah. So you're saying he looks like a Jersey Shores kind of guy? Kind of a Gino, kind of a, yeah, you do bada bing, bada bang, I'm going to talk about, yeah. Okay. Okay, say hello to my little friend. It's the story of a guy named David. So how about we could talk about robo cops coming to your area? Yeah, they're going to be coming on board anytime now. Robo soldiers are actually already being developed by Boston Dynamics, now a subsidiary of Google. Yes. I'm not that worried yet, but I am getting worried that we might have RoboCops before we develop our freedoms. We haven't developed our freedoms yet. It's 2019 and we're on track to still try to develop this third party. Until the American people actually develop a party of their own and aren't given one like we were all given at birth, born into the Democratic Republican Party, then we will not be able to stop this totalitarian takeover of our country by the two parties. So yeah, hate to wake you up, but gotta happen. Bernie's out and about. They've got some Me Too allegations against him. Bernie Sanders responds to allegations of sexism or harassment. We will do better next time. I don't think there's going to be a next time. I wrote Bernie Sanders is a joke. The truth about him is finally coming out. His 1972 quote about women will haunt him forever. Now, hashtag #MeToo sex allegations are popping up. Yeah. He purposely gave jobs to men, not women, in his campaign. It's starting to look very serious. And he's a millionaire, He makes $2.3 million a year. Yeah, Bernie Turncoat Sanders, thank you. And I got that link, thank you, for coming up on Paradise Fires, number 54. Plain Truth has been doing a really good job of investigating the fires in the area of Paradise. So we got more on that. Yep. Interesting. Whew. But yeah. Bernie Turncoat Sanders, for sure. You want to know what he said in 1972 essay? I know you've seen this before, but I'll show it to you again. Yeah. It can be explained any which way they want. It's not going to really go well. Factcheck.org has it absolutely validated. Many of you liberals support fact-check. I don't necessarily believe everything they say, but when a liberal site like FactCheck or Snopes says that, yeah, it's true, it is true. Bernie Sanders wrote an essay in which a woman fantasizes about being raped by 3 men simultaneously. True. What man would think a woman was fantasizing about being raped? That's going to beg the big question. What kind of a man is Bernie Sanders? I think you'll find out. He didn't work until he was 45 years old. He was known as a moocher wherever he went. We're going to find out a lot of things about these people on the Democratic side. They aren't exactly who you think they are. Beto O'Rourke married a woman who's coming from $1 billion family. He married into money. And he's got a dark past, Beto. He actually was involved in a hit and run accident. Yeah, I'm still looking into it, but pretty weird. Bernie's not the guy you think he is. He's not fighting for the common man. He's leeching off of your belief in him. He threw the election with Hillary's help. Hillary paid him extra. When Bernie walked away from that election, he walked away with 2 $600,000 houses that he didn't have before he started running. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, I would love to be a big protagonist for stopping big Wall Street excesses. I can't stand Wall Street excesses. I think it's terrible. They're ripping everybody off and laughing to the bank. But look at Obama. As soon as he took office in 2008, he never bothered to fire anybody at the SEC. Not one person. Well, let's be clear. We're going to make these people on Wall Street look to Main Street and fix the country. I mean, come on. Give me a break. He simply padded his entire cabinet, Obama did, with Goldman Sachs members and lobbyists. The day that Obama said he was not going to hire lobbyists, he hired like 4 that day. Same with Trump. Trump did the same damn thing. He said he wasn't going to hire lobbyists, and he hired a bunch of them that day. Here's the new cabinet meeting. We'll have Putin is coming. That's right. A lot. If you can see this picture at the bottom, you may not want to see it. Yeah, it looked a little bit disparaging. Cheney sent children to war who served bastard and whores. Oh, really? Red Lobster. I don't like Donald Cheney, but I don't like Dick Cheney either. If you could tell me who Donald Cheney is, that'd be great. Dick Cheney shot some guy in the neck, Red Lobster. He was out hunting with his friend. He shot him in the neck. Luckily, the guy lived. I don't know if that would be a worst case scenario for anybody. I just wonder, my big question is, should Donald reveal the nude selfie he has? Get ahead of this so that Russia doesn't have it on the phone when they call him at night. Oh, Ivanka, could you hand me my cell phone so the NSA can't hear me? Ring, ring. Oh, thank you very much. Yes, hello. Oh, Vladimir, hello, yes. No, don't show the sex tape, no. Yeah, this could be in play. I'm telling you, I'm not kidding, we may have to see his naked body. If you're prepared for that, I am. I think Donald has a greater sense of self-worth to not want his body to be seen. But at the same time, isn't it the best thing for the country for us to see his naked body and get it out of the way? I mean, kind of clear hey, every guy's got a penis, unless, of course, you're transgender. But even women can have a penis. Look at Michelle Obama. See? But why be so hung up about it, you know? Yeah, everybody's got one. You know? Well, I think you have to understand the psyche of the American people. I mean, we have a very puritanical society. The last thing we would expect our president to have is a penis. But isn't it a shame? It's a terrible thing, David. Hello, transgender hotline. Can I help you? Go ahead. Are you thinking of a transgender operation, or are you thinking of staying a man? Hello? Oh, I thought you were going to say that. Yeah, so I'm not a transgender, okay? I just want to clear the slate here and make everyone know that I'm a heterosexual man. All right? Thank you. You can come out if you want as a tranny or whatever. I don't care. I'm not here to hate on you if you're an LGBTQ. But if you're P, we don't want you in here. We don't want pedos here. But I don't want to embrace the LGBTQ party like the Democrats are doing. It's ridiculous. So in America, our centrist plan is to not just cater to the LGBTQ, but to honor the existing laws preventing discrimination at the federal workplace. But I'm not going to tell mom and pop store owner in America, you have to hire a tranny and meet a quota. That's a Democratic thing. I don't do that. I believe in democracy. I don't believe in the Democratic Party. I don't have the ability to do anything. The thing is, I'm not a voiceover artist in Hollywood anymore. I was blacklisted. I won't do that work anymore. I don't do coke. You know, I'm not like all those cokeheads and Scientologists. Either they're cokeheads or they're Scientologists, one or the other. I've never been a Scientologist who was a cokehead, but there may be some. Oh, the MAP thing, minor attracted person, aka pedo, yeah. Pedos are trying to get justified, so they're going to jump onto the LGBTQ movement because they think they have special rights. Ticket watches our show. We actually played those videos, those Pizzagate videos, many years ago, Miss Athry, before you came in here. There was a time, a long time ago, when we played Pizzagate videos and didn't worry about being banned on the show. We play on Monday and Tuesday nights, we play stories about pedophilia and how our government's not looking into this. The recent story about Sacha Baron Cohen running into a pedophile ring, a concierge at a hotel, apparently in Vegas, was willing to get him boys. And he said he took his entire case to the FBI and they didn't do anything. Well, what do you have in your refrigerator that's food edible? And I'll tell you what you can eat. No, everyone didn't leave. Mark censored everybody. I had people that couldn't get in the show that night. Mark was told to not allow anybody to look at that video or participate in the show. He kept people out that night. Hey, Juan, how you doing? Juan Gabriel, everybody, he died. And he's actually chatting. Look at that. The miracle of psychic chat. We're chatting with Juan Gabriel, everybody. David, hola. No, I can't tell you what's in my refrigerator. It's a mystery. Well, we try to present credible stories about how kids are being trafficked at the border with Mexico, how there's pedophile rings in D.C., and that's when they censor us. Well, I made one heck of a dinner tonight. I'll be uploading the video. It was a $5 serving 8 people. Scalloped potatoes with spicy sausage and cheese and some vegetables. Yeah, I have a website that you can all download any cooking idea you want. I have people making wedding meals for people out of my ideas. One guy said he made fed an entire wedding party of 35 people for $20 off of my ideas. I thought that was great. Yeah. People are coming up with ways to serve their family meals without having to get too deep in their budget, which is really why I did it, because I don't want people to go broke, and I also want people to learn how to plan ahead and not waste your money. So that site has over 65 recipes, as well as my blackface video, which I proudly did as a way of impersonating a corrupt president we had named Barack Obama, who was a complete New World Order puppet. And you Democrats who don't realize that need to wake up. Yeah. One Pacific Redwood has more weather modification happening. The government is using all kinds of techniques to manipulate our weather, whether or not you like it or not. Yeah. Here is his analysis.
Okay, today is January the 2nd, 2019. Happy New Year. We hope this year illuminates some of the nefarious activity going on in these maps. Hoping that the Trump administration, somebody in that administration, is watching these videos. Okay, right now at 11 p.m. we have a temperature of 38 degrees here in the foothills of Los Angeles. The relative humidity is 46%. Dew point is 19 degrees. And the current barometric pressure is 30 inches exactly. All right, so today we had clear skies everywhere. Nice weather. Yesterday we had, on the 1st, we had very windy weather.
Isn't that amazing how they're able to take and weather modify the area to make a complete gap of any moisture? This is all designed by weather modifiers, people that developed weather modification techniques. By installing the air with chemtrails, they're able to then zap the chemtrails with phased array radar and virtually prevent any mass of moisture from forming and getting any lift above California. This is how they do it. They seed the air with heavy metals, and then they are able to manipulate those metals using radar, and then some of them actually create evaporation zones like barium and aluminum and prevent lift and prevent rain, so they're able to dehydrate the entire California coastline. Isn't that special? And he tracks this, and he does a very good job of it, so we'll play that tonight. Thank you. It's always good to know his assessment of how they do it. And you can see them actually hit the rays, the phased array radar. You can actually see the beams being used in some of these time-lapse photography sessions. Yeah, it's impressive. Yeah, and plus, let's not forget 5G. They're rolling that out in March 2020. Everyone get ready for your dose of radiation and cancer, which is what they want. 5G needs repeaters every few hundred yards. Very dangerous crap. And 5G is going to create many health issues. I agree. Guest 841 and guest 642 over at iVlog are tuned into it. They never tested the radio fields themselves or the long-term effects of these products that they're rolling out. That's how little our government cares about us. I hate to tell you, but yeah, they've got techniques that they can even burn the ground you're walking on. This is an actual photograph from a directed energy weapon used in the California fire 2 years ago. Hey, thank you. Thanks for coming in, 821. And we took a picture of, we have some pictures that were taken recently of the Paradise Fire, which reveals some pretty harsh realities. Let me show you what we're looking at here. I may not have that picture, no. I don't think this is it.
Body, people. A body. This is what fire does. A small dog. This is what happens. I was not, but oh my God, I'm feet away from here. This is where I jumped over the fence right there. This guy didn't make it. There's a bunch of dead bodies here. We got trapped. Oh. Oh.
Okay, this is the immediate aftermath of the Paradise Fire. This is one of the first videotapes taken by a man who got out of his truck and just escaped it by the short hair of just nearly being there, and possibly more than 83 people died here. Remember, there were 26,000 people living in Paradise at the time, and 46,000 overall in the outlying area. They're all gone. Now we have information from our viewer at iBlog that the Rothschilds own PG&E. No, listen to this guy. This guy was barely able to survive. You're listening to a man who just escaped by a second of losing his life. And you're going to hear the energy in his voice, and he's going to go buy a bunch of cars which have corpses in them. You can barely see him because the fires were at 3,000 degrees. And that's why people are saying that a directed energy weapon was used to create these fires. And we've got another video later tonight suggesting that this is more than just a directed energy weapon. It may be something even worse. We're going to look at all the different angles, but the concern is that the 5G network is being weaponized as well. That has the potential to hurt people. But let's listen to this video right now.
I cannot believe, people, that my car runs. Now, this is the poor guy came down to get my crippled friend out, and he didn't make it. Nobody made it down here. These people all got burned out. I was right down below them here, and my friend, as the car's on fire, you can see he's dead.
President of the United States. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing, buddy, but there's no racism involved in a blackface video, especially when the president had black skin. If you don't support America's freedom of speech, then you don't support America, so get the hell out of here. Go join the Democratic Party of politically correct communists. All right, let's look at some more of this.
And his mother. I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, these people all got burned out. There's dead bodies in here. They're all burned. Every fucking one of them. You can see the bones in the front seats. These people got burned out in their cars like I almost did. Dead, dead, dead. Everybody here is dead. All 4 cars. I went to their house right here in this white car to get them out. She had to put her makeup on. She died because of it. I cannot believe my Jeep made it, my dogs. I prayed. This is the Holy Spirit working for you. I mean, my dogs went through the fire. It's totally meltdown. Oh, everybody died down here. Oh my God. Oh my God, guys. Oh, baby. It's all right. We got trapped down here. We couldn't get out. My friend that died, he was a crippled. He's dead. That's just a horrific way to die. horses made it. Oh my God. I'm so lucky to be alive. I went down the canyon into a creek. It came over me and I thought I was gonna die. I ain't lying. I'm gonna write a book about this.
I'm getting choked up just thinking about it. Yeah, he's crying. He's so happy and sad at the same time. What a tragedy. So I just brought you a glimpse of what this was all about. It's easy to look at the news and say, oh yeah, 88 dead. And then you go look at it now, it's now 83 dead. So apparently they managed to bring 5 people back to life from dead. I'm kidding. They never got an accurate death toll. They had 568 missing, then they had 360 missing, the same death toll of 88, then now they dropped the death toll to 83. How do you drop the death toll from 88 to 83? We're looking at thousands of people dead, not 83 people. It's not fake, Zeno. If you can't tell that was real, then you're really screwed up in the head. Yeah, you're totally screwed up in the head. Somebody messed with your mind if you can't sense the reality of that man as he dealt with life and death.
Incredible.
Anyway, that was the last of the aftermath of that fight, of that fire. He was the first to get there. And then we have other videos of cars that got special privileges out of the area. Here's a video of a car that got the 3 black limousine escort SUVs were taken out ahead of everybody. The rest of the people in this line may have burned.
Yeah, things are exploding. We're gonna fucking...
Those 3 limousines got out ahead of everybody. Why would they have priority evacuation when there was a set evacuation plan? Why would they get to be released faster than the others? Yeah, this is just absolutely bizarre. No, that was not CGI. You're going to be removed from the show permanently if you don't get with the program. No, there were no diplomats in paradise at the time. And ironically, the fire did not affect the fire did not affect the Masonic Lodge in paradise. It was pristine.
Okay, so if that is a tree that burned, where's the tree? Where's the stump? What? Look, where? How? How, John? None of the other trees look like that. Look.
Where's the tree?
Where's the tree? Where's the tree? Look how deep that is. Can you explain that? And there's more. There's another one. And there's one back there. Look at this one. See? What is that? Look how big this thing is. Oh.
That there is a scorched out tree stump. 3,000 degree directed energy weapon can do that. If this weapon right here was hitting that tree, it can burn all the way under the root. It's 3,000 degrees. That could easily create that hole. A standard fire burning a tree above ground will only burn right down to the base of the tree. In fact, much of the stump remains like a little dart up. Much of that's still raw wood in a normal fire. Now, remember, these fires burned at over 2,500 degrees, and everything got melted. Refrigerators, dryers, and washing machines, and especially lockboxes, storage units, gun safes, all that melted to the ground. Safes are only designed to handle 1,500 up to like an hour or two, not 2,500 or more degrees. So all of this looks like a very nefarious plan to kill off and destroy land. And Misanthropy discovered a possible link between this and a fracking plan that run by the Rothschilds. Have a plan. They own PG&E, the Rothschilds, according to this guest we have at iBlog. So I'll validate that later. But if the Rothschilds do indeed own PG&E, they have a plan to do fracking in the same area that the fires happened. So if this isn't modus operandi, I don't know what is. They have the means and the reason and desire to do this, to get rid of houses. They don't want to buy them out because a lot of people may say, no, I'm not going to sell my beautiful retired property. I love it here. So they just burn them out. It's a lot easier to burn them out than to buy them out. So if indeed this was genocide, then there should be an active arson investigation by our government, but there isn't. They're now blaming PG&E for possibly neglect, but in the end, all PG&E will be facing are some charges, some lawsuits, and maybe jack up the rates at the same time and give them a reason to jack the rates up, even if they are blamed. But they won't be blamed for purposely burning these people with directed energy weapons. They'll be blamed for having some electrical problems with the lines prior to the fires. Fires that get hotter than an engine. It would boil, yeah, exactly. So this is very interesting, the link between the fracking plans for California and all the fires that have happened. And Misanthropy found this out. Thank you, Misanthropy. All right, well, piecing this stuff together and looking at this from a questioning perspective is what gets us these answers. And if they are true, we're in trouble. These people have too much power and too many abilities to kill us all off. That's why we need a third party. I'm serious. I never thought it would be life and death to build a third party, but it sure looks like it's going to come down to us building a chance to survive relative to the stupidity of the two-party system. So this is the year to kick into gear a third party. Hey, I'm going to sign off for the night, but thank you for coming in. I'll be back tomorrow with Freedom Friday. And I'll be in the show till 2 in the morning tonight to talk about things and play videos for everybody. Yeah, got some fun stuff here for everyone who's watching. Yeah. Cocaine drug test coming up. A person high on LSD and the reaction. Didn't expect those links, but that's going to be coming. Oh. Oh, we were talking about the Frugal Gourmet earlier. Sarah got a link here. Yeah, I remember when Jeff, I think his name was Jeff Bridges, or what was his? Jeff Smith. Jeff Smith was the Frugal Gourmet. He was charged with sexual abuse of a minor. In the Frugal Gourmet's case, it was his word against 20 or more people. Wow. He agreed to pay an undisclosed sum to 7 young men who had accused him variously of groping, kissing, and raping them when they were teenagers. I'll never forget that. It's Jeff Smith, the Frugal Gourmet. Wow. Boy, that brings back some memories. I used to watch him on the show. He was just, everyone always saw this guy, think nothing of it, Thank you, that one guest. Thanks for being a mod. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. They've got video of him. Jeff Smith.
Welcome again to American Cooking, and today I'm going to wax vainly about my home, the Pacific Northwest. Seattle is the center of wonderful foods. I'm sorry.
Wax vainly. Yeah, why don't you wax vainly all you want there, Jeff? I guess we were revisiting it, part of the Me Too generation. Okay, I'm adding the police brutality video from earlier where a guy pissed off a cop. And we'll get into that again tonight, right after our little video interlude. Okay, the Dow Jones took a big turn for the worst, another, quote, glitch, unquote. Donald Trump is calling these glitches in the market. Hardly. lack of confidence, him destroying trade relations with other countries, spinning down in all different directions. Dow dropped minus 660 points. Yet again, we're seeing an up and down and yo-yo market activity. Pretty intense. Triggered. Rex, you're fantasizing again? Okay, we'll look at that a little bit later. Brochure for the Phoenix Boston University. Okay, the Brat Pack. All right. Okay, I guess that's what's coming. Okay, thanks for watching, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow with more good stuff. But you've been watching Mr. Right into the evening, and I'll be back again at 5 o'clock tomorrow to do it all over again.
You're Mr. Right, Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, too good just to turn my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My heart stops to beat, 'cause you make it